Okay, I'm going to call this meeting to order. May I have a motion to approve the agenda?
Motion.
I move.
Do we have I heard,
Second.
okay, Charles, thank you. We have a second. Any discussion? Katie, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Matusek,
Present here.
We're
Commissioner Bates,
Yes.
Commissioner Moritz,
Yes.
Commissioner Bennett,
Yes.
Commissioner Kirk,
Yes.
Commissioner Knopf,
Yes.
Chair Newton.
yes. Okay, moving on. Move to consideration of the minutes from the June 23rd, 2022 Planning Commission meeting. Are there any amendments to those minutes? No amendments?
To accept minutes of the June meeting.
Do I have a second?
Second.
We have multiple seconds. Any discussion? Katie, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Bennett,
Yes.
Commissioner Kirk,
Yes.
Commissioner Knopf,
Yes.
Commissioner Matusek,
Yes.
Commissioner Bates,
Yes.
Commissioner Moritz,
Yes.
Chair Newton.
Yes. Okay, moving on. This is a legislative matter regarding the continuation and consideration of CP 22-01, adoption of the Cannon Beach Transportation.
Sorry, we have one more set of minutes from July 6th.
I'm going to wing it then.
The same thing, but July 6th.
Okay. Are there any amendments to the minutes from the July 6th, 2022 meeting? May I have a motion to approve those minutes?
Second.
Second, any discussion? Katie, please call the roll.
Commissioner Bates,
Yes.
Commissioner Moritz,
Yes.
Commissioner Bennett,
Yes.
Commissioner Kirk,
Yes.
Commissioner Knopf,
Yes.
Commissioner Matusek,
Yes.
Chair Newton.
Yes. Okay. Now we're moving on to a legislative matter. Continuation and consideration of CP 22-01, adoption of the Cannon Beach Transportation System Plan, TSP, as supporting materials to the comprehensive plan, CP 22-01. Jeff Adams, on behalf of the City of Cannon Beach, seeks the adoption of the Cannon Beach Transportation System Plan as supporting material to the Cannon Beach Comprehensive Plan. The TSP is in accordance with the Oregon Revised Statutes, OAR 660, Division 12, Transportation Planning Rule, which implements statewide Planning Goal 12. The request will be reviewed against the criteria of the Cannon Beach Comprehensive Plan and the Municipal Code, Section 17.86.070.a, amendments criteria. Okay, do you want to move to discussion?
Yeah, can you, is it possible to put your strike-throughs up on the screen?
Yeah, I believe so. And BGTS. Yeah, yeah. Okay, mine is already. Which one? Okay. There we go. Let me go into share screen. Yeah. Share. All right. And I'll just let you know that Eddie is on the call and Michael from ODOT. So if you guys need any, have questions for them. You can go over that too.
Questions asked about testimony from the public.
Is that happening at this meeting?
We
Can if you
We
like.
can if we want. I have a lot of correspondence here that was put in front of me just before I sat down that I have not had a chance to thoroughly go through. So I'd like to give the people who spent the time to be here tonight or with us on Zoom or otherwise to talk through anything they feel is important. Should we do it as we did before with a limit of 3 minutes?
Yeah.
Barb, will you keep the time?
Sure.
Any other discussion before we go to public testimony? Well, great. Let's go to, and we're not going to call it opponents and proponents. We're just going to call it people with anything they, citizens with any concerns they'd like to voice
On the TSP.
regarding the transportation system plan.
And we did have Randy Neal, who just have one person here.
Okay, I see. Okay, great. Well, let's just go forward. I mean, I don't mean to, if you're ready.
With you.
And I was here when you limited to 3 minutes, so I tried to time this exactly. First of all, thank you for all the diligent work that you've done and for all the time you've spent going over every part.
Thank you. And thank you for your efforts too. And we do know your name, but for the record, could you?
Oh. I'm here again, Lolly Champion and Cannon Beach and PO Box 416.
Thank you.
The TSP, the city's attempted to use a 20-year strategic plan, was necessitated by ODOT's attempt to deal with the wide-ranging issues of too much traffic and its effect on the state's ability to cut emissions and engage more citizens in using vehicles less, or at least less polluting and non-congested ways. The goals were broadened, and as Randy Neal and many others have brought forward, the TSP became an overburdened wish list that created loss of the village and were costly. Since time is limited, I will simplify by presenting my primary issues with what is still remaining. First, it must be incumbent upon the city staff, all of our volunteer commissions and committees, and the city council that plans, codes, buildings from homes, commercial and public structures, and future plans of any type, including those in the TSP, must meet the new terms that, even in this misty, rainy part of the world, do not exacerbate global warming, that do not exacerbate global warming. Do you feel we're doing that or even starting to do that? So I feel a lot of times we kind of ignore that issue because of where we are so fortunate to live. We must stop the destruction of wetlands, cutting trees, like the proposed cuts that would happen on Sunset to the Yukon Trail Street. The more paving and the loss of land for larger structures emitting more carbon dioxide, and begin a building green program, including how we design parking, streets, and arrange traffic patterns, and add plug-in areas at the RV park for the growing electrical vehicles coming our way. Second, it is time for designers of the TSP to recognize the repeated responsive residents, and I've heard from many, and I'm getting signatures on this, to limit the traffic that comes into Cannon Beach during our busiest month. I have just returned from a trip where limiting is the norm. How long will we allow huge vehicles and trailers to turn off on the first exit into Cannon Beach that then snarl our traffic, even our foot traffic, and cause a great emitting of the environmentally dangerous toxic fumes from their cars? When the parking to Short Sands is full, it is full, and say, go on to Manzanita. We need to do the same thing at our north exit, our entrance ramp.
15 seconds.
Pardon me? 15 seconds to go. Thank you. That doesn't count you and I talking about, right, Barb? Oh, thank you. Also, in the first TSP plan that I read, because I was appointed to the committee, was we have receptacles at many of the presidential entrances to the beach, and those have been taken out. I think if we're encouraging more walkers, we need to revisit that before the TSP goes forward. My final part on the wetland or on the TSP is when you pass this on to the city council with your recommendations, it is my hope that you will be strongly wording that to not overlook your changes and it goes forward as you continue to put it in its final draft. And again, I want to thank you for your time.
Thank you.
You want me to give a 15-second?
Why don't we give like a
So go fast.
2 minute or 1 minute warning. So we're gonna, this time, just so it's not too distracting, maybe we'll just raise, Commissioner Knopp will raise a hand at 1 minute left, just so it doesn't interrupt you as much as we can. Thank
I'm
you.
Randy Neal, PO Box 1092. As you know, I'm not a fan of the TSP document. You know, the project was kicked off with a promise to the community to help solve parking, congestion, and other less pressing issues. The community responded with a lot of specific input. There should have been enough input by the community, the consultants, and the staff to provide a real guide for moving forward. Instead, this is really just a rehash of all the historical options like couplets, plaza, stop signs, pedestrian crossing signals, time limits, new additional parking lots, neighborhood right-of-way parking, shuttles, and other incoming public transport options. We're no closer to the answer on any of these. We've omitted some key elements, joint strategy options with Ecola and Tolovana properties, with the state, or the First Street Bridge. There's no mention of RV parking or strategies pertaining to neighborhood right-of-way parking or even paid parking. The consultants and the staff have even added lots of other elements not proposed by any of the community. Expensive mini mobility hubs, an evacuation tower, accommodation for other alternative personal transportation. The Planning Commission has tried hard to make sense of it all. It at least dropped references to roundabouts, scooters, and the dangerous crossing at Yukon. But several issues remain. There's no good closure or vision back to the community. Just look at the variety of options laid out for the downtown traffic flow. You know, there must be 7. Which ones are being proposed? Which ones should we back off from? There's just a lot there. It's obvious there's no way to make this into a strategic vision and the guide we were promised. So for tonight, here's a few more edits. I've given you 5 that I think were already in the document that I think need to be tweaked. I've given 5 that I believe were never in the document, were never included as part of the analysis. So, and if you want more, I can probably provide a few more. You know, some are meaningless, others might be a little bit more complex or involve more dollars. But I would ask that you add one downtown configuration back to the menu list, a configuration that includes the couplet. But most of the things in the document already are doing a couplet with 1 lane. And doing 1 lane means we drop parking, we drop flow. So we should at least be considering a couplet with 2 lanes on both streets.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience tonight that would like to come forward? Please come forward.
Okay. Hannah Bushart, PO Box 97. Thank you all so much for giving us this opportunity to come and speak with you. The other day I was sitting on my property on Evergreen and Harrison, and I noticed a large RV that came around. It was parked in the Gower Street parking lot, came up the road, attempted to turn onto Harrison, and just had a heck of a time. And that's a very common thing that happens in my neck of the woods, because people come out of the Gower Street parking lot and are confused. They don't know what to do, go up Evergreen, and then they're kind of stuck. If there's cars parked on Harrison, it's a mess. And so one of the things that I was thinking of as I watched this scene unfold in front of me was how this TSP really didn't have a whole lot to say about large vehicles. We have more and more large vehicles coming into town. There's buses with school groups, there's tour coaches, large RVs, big trucks, because trucks seem to be getting bigger and bigger. And that's really not accommodated in this plan, as I've noticed. Last year, a coach came up and did that same turn onto Harrison off of Evergreen and crushed a water pipe, because the roads just really aren't made. Some of these roads aren't made to accommodate for that. And so that's something that I would really like before this is passed in any form, for tour coaches to be considered because it's gonna happen. The cruises are gonna keep bringing people down here from Astoria, and we need to have a plan to accommodate for that. Hopefully, it's not going down our small city streets, but having, you know, a plan to go over to the chamber and get information, stop and use the bathroom, park at the RV park until they come back, just as a suggestion. So that is my comment, and thank you very much for considering it.
Thank you for being here. Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak in the audience tonight?
Hey, my name is Eric Mistrander, PO Box 97. In regards to the TSP, there was two things that I've noticed. One, there was a recent change in June that it looks like it was proposed by the consultant company in the funding sources to change all the cans, mays, and coulds to shalls. So it says things like the lodging tax shall be increased by 20%, a gas tax shall be implemented, which kind of looks to me like it's a guarantee that that's where the funding is going to come from and that's how the funding is going to come about. And that was kind of concerning as somebody who operates a hotel, that it's saying in there that that is how funding will be accomplished by that they will raise tax by 20% and they will institute a gas tax and they will do these other different funding sources without not leaving it at that can or may get the funding that way. And then the other thing that I had a question about was one of the projects, PB1, is the east side of the multi-use trail on the east side of the settling ponds. It says to construct a trail there and it has a $3 sign figure. It used to have it at $415,000. And it doesn't really say what that is. That's a trail that I walk almost on a daily basis to come from Midtown to downtown to get the mail. And I don't know what was going to cost $3 signs or $415,000 from the old estimate. And there's not really an explanation in there as to what construction is going to take place on an existing trail. So, thank you.
Thank you. Please come forward, Jen.
I'm Jan Siebert Warmond, PO Box 778, Cannon Beach. And I would just like to make a request that if the tsunami evacuation tower is not taken out of the TSP, that you make sure that it cannot be used for a parking garage. We do not need more parking. We need less visitors to Cannon Beach in the peak season. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to come forward here in the audience? How about online on Zoom? Robert, anybody?
I'm not seeing any.
Nobody? Okay. There's no one else. We'll close the public testimony portion and move to discussion. I liked Lisa's idea of looking at the
Strike throughs,
online. Yeah.
You know what? I don't know how effective that's going to be.
what would be for me,
What's your
Pretty
concern?
late. I think really the reality is, I mean, I'm sorry, Jeff, I just got it a couple of days ago. I saw stuff in here that I don't, and deletions that I don't think were discussed in the last meeting. And I'd like more time to go through this on my own. I really think we need to.
well, I looked at the strike through as well, and I have a couple changes with page references that I'd like to talk about. So, I mean,
Fair
I'm not
enough.
saying it's the end, it's not the end of the discussion. It's
No.
just my particular take on some of the things. And so policy 5 on page 33.
Okay.
I'm assuming it's the same here as it was online.
Go ahead.
I'm trying to wait for him to bring it up.
There you go.
Page 33, policy 5.
Yeah.
I'd like to add the language and implementing policies that preserve our natural environment, including wetlands, trees, and wildlife.
Yeah. Great addition.
Can you just, if you guys agree to these things, can you just give me that, you'll send me whatever you guys. if
Oh,
you-
okay. But I mean, I think that's.
Sounds very good to me. Do we have?
Make sure everybody
Any
likes that.
Commissioner
I
have
mean-
an objection to that language being added?
No.
No, we won't do a formal vote on this. Speak
Okay.
now. I'm looking for mutes. No. Okay, then yes, let's add that.
And 5.4 under policy 5. In determining future transportation needs, primary consideration to preservation of natural resources and environmental protections, that language be added.
I heard tonight, I'm sorry, Lisa, were you finished?
Oh, no, I have more.
Go, please. Go.
Okay, on 322, page 35, 3.2.2. Page 35, change may minimize addition of new access to Hemlock to shall limit addition of new access to Hemlock.
You're going to send these in.
I guess I could do that. Yeah. I have to ask how I,
Are you inserting that now or?
I can't. This is an online PDF.
Okay.
okay.
Let's get how are we going to get this?
Yeah, I'll ask at the end. All right, I just have a couple more.
Okay,
Page-
but so that each step we make sure we're all on board with.
Okay.
I'm now on page 35.
Mhm. And I want to change may minimize addition of new access to Hemlock to shall minimize new access to Hemlock.
I'm fine with that. Any other comments? Anybody else?
No,
Sound good?
that's good.
Okay.
Page 85. First paragraph, last line, take out as much as possible. And change would be done to will be done.
First paragraph.
Page 85, first paragraph. US it has to do with the trail. US, I can't remember writing, to Spruce.
Okay.
First paragraph, last line, take out as much as possible.
Oh, I see. Yeah,
Yeah.
You see that?
that's a good change.
Does everyone see
I
that?
do. Yeah, I agree. No.
Okay, take out as much as possible and change would be done to will be done. Because would be done sounds ambiguous to me or just sort of wishy-washy. And then finally, I think we do have to add something in the TSP about trailers and RVs because it is not addressed. And I think it is an issue in the city.
Are buses addressed anymore? These large vehicles that Hannah brought up?
Yeah, maybe Eddie might know. Not that I know of. And I think, also it could be included in, I think a good point with this is it's signage related. A lot of this is, having where RVs can park. There's only, I think, 19 RV or large vehicle parking spaces in the city of Cannon Beach. And so kind of wayfinding for that signage. So we could include a sentence in that wayfinding section or to drive that point home about RV and large coach parking.
I also think we have to address the speed limit on the S curves, which I think is actually 30, which is ridiculous. It should be 20 like it is downtown. I don't understand why it would be 30 on those sharp curves with people walking on both sides of the shoulders on both sides of the road. you're not going to ever stop that. And a 20-mile-an-hour speed limit is much more prudent. And then I also agree that if you're going to encourage walking, which this seems to, or other modes of transportation, it makes sense to also have more trash receptacles everywhere, because that walkers dump trash.
Yeah, but that's not transportation plan.
Well, but it's sort of
That would
with
go into the,
the policy of encouraging walking. How does that not relate to that policy? If you're encouraging walking, encouraging other forms of transportation, one of the way, that would facilitate that mode of transportation. You wouldn't have because that people are, that was one of the big problems with the idea of a bike and walking path, was people were concerned that who's going to pick up all the trash and the empty water bottles that are dropped on the path. And we still don't know that. Anyway, I think it can be massaged in transportation. I think you can add anything you want that is transportation related. And I think that is, but people can take that or leave that.
That RV issue came up 4 times.
I know.
4 times here tonight. And, after, and I was made aware of it last week. It just got me thinking about, do we, and, we heard one comment, maybe they shouldn't be coming in that north entrance. I haven't thought about what the right solution is with RVs, but it does represent, so 19 RV spaces maybe represents 40 car spaces. And those are pretty ideal spaces over there. If we could move, I don't even know where we'd put the RVs, maybe at the RV park. But
Of course.
it is maybe worth a deeper conversation. Eddie, do you have any experience with small communities and how they limit traffic or RVs coming through their central city? That could be really challenging if we try some of these different ideas with the downtown street system.
Indeed. No, I don't have any direct experience with large vehicles outside of your typical freight concerns, which, really doesn't get a lot of attention in the current TSP. Essentially, our recommendation is that the city needs to work through a process to understand where and how to designate short-term loading zones for larger vehicles. And it sounds like what I'm hearing about RVs is similar. I mean, it sounds like the community needs to figure out a good place to potentially site these larger vehicles and then come up with some kind of a program and funding to, minimize those negative impacts. Similar to the way that we treated freight, this sounds like it could be rolled up into a relatively succinct policy. But I do fear that, it's a little late in the process for us to solve that. That's a whole study in itself, right? So I think in order for the TSP to try to address that, it probably deserves to live somewhere in the policy section as a recommendation for the city to address moving forward. So that's kind of my best stab at it. Coming in a little cold, really haven't had a lot of conversation about RVs in particular. But that's what comes to mind.
I would assume that would apply to large tour buses too, right?
And Jeff, I wanted to know how I get these changes to you. it sounds like the commission was agreeing to them. So what do you want me to do?
So so my recommendation would be tonight, as you go through, if you got any other edits or anything else that you want to do, is that you can recommend approval upon those amendments, and I'll make those amendments and they go into the recommendations for the city council.
Okay, so at this meeting, I'll ask for approval of those changes that I suggested.
Just with you could make the approval for the recommendation based upon amendments that you suggested here tonight. And
Okay.
so then you would send me a Word file, or just hand me what you got and I'll take it.
So
Commissioner Kerr, sorry to interject, but I was just going to mention that is a fairly common way that I see these proceedings play out, where we'll get to a point where folks still have some lingering concerns about the document. And you can make adoption contingent upon the incorporation of those comments. So like Jeff suggested, I think if we just got those in some kind of written format, we could essentially go down the checklist and make sure that we address all of your concerns like we did with the previous comments. And by the way, Jeff, I know that you were using the actual document to walk through the strike throughs, but there is that memorandum that we sent over that compiled the specific comments that we collected from the previous meeting with you all. And if you take a look at that, I went through and noted specifically for every single comment how we addressed the comment in the document, and you should see that crosswalk with the strike throughs as well. So I think we can essentially replicate that process for your remaining comments.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just want to make sure we wrap up the RV conversation meaningfully. How are you going to memorialize I get not being able to do a full study here at this point, but do want some sort of placeholder for this to be explored further. How are you going to do that, Eddie? And I don't know how, so I'm not going to type that up and put it in, but I would like to see that in there because I think it's an important point.
Yeah, I agree. And I think, again, once it's in the TSP, even if it's not developed, it gives you all an opportunity to use that as a starting point for further conversation and refinement. Like I said, I think one way that we might try to address that is to take a fresh look at the policies again and see if there's an opportunity to weave that in. The other place that I could see this playing out is actually making an additional recommendation. So, for example, the Transportation System Management Operations, TSMO, recommendations are, they're not policies because we're not making recommended changes to your city policy, but they're programmatic recommendations that don't necessarily include building capital improvements, right? So we included those kinds of recommendations in the TSP already. So perhaps there's a way to essentially add a project, and the project would say something along the lines of, the city at some future point needs to take a closer look at this as a serious priority. So I would say that those are probably the most meaningful ways to memorialize the concern, because at the end of the day, these TSPs really boil down to projects, policy recommendations, and also programmatic recommendations. So I think if we can couch it in one of those three arenas, that's probably going to be the best way.
Does anyone have a feeling as to which way we should have that addressed? Project, policy recommendation?
I think a project, if you want to get it resolved, if you seriously want to resolve the problem in a way that affects the city, it should be identified as a project, a study. You know what I mean?
I'm okay with
And
that.
Mike, I tend to agree with you. I think that's the kind of thing, again, I mean, we're hearing from community members directly saying, hey, this is affecting me, right?
Yeah.
So if this becomes a priority after, say, the TSP is adopted and people really want some action on this, that's the kind of thing that could attract some funding and move forward in a meaningful way if it's an actual line item in the project section. So I'm just kind of opining here without thinking more about this, but it does seem like that would be the best way.
Are you okay with making that?
How do we all feel about that?
Under as a project?
RVs?
I agree.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
bus.
Sounds like unanimous there. Okay.
And what about the speed limit on the S curves? How does that get? I mean, that's not changing language in what we have before us. That's something new. Where does something like that? Is there, it's a safety concern.
Correct.
And
I'm sorry,
I mean-
Commissioner, go ahead.
Oh, I just want to say that years ago, I talked to one of the police officers about that, and they agreed that, 30 miles an hour is too fast for those S curves. So,
Eddie, you have any thoughts on that? Speed reduction on S curves?
Yeah, absolutely. And this is the kind of thing that TSPs will typically cover. I think my concern is that if we kind of add that at the last minute, right before adoption, it could be perceived negatively in the community. Not everyone may be on board with that, and we haven't had an opportunity to talk to the community about that. So I would not recommend making that firm recommendation in the TSP at this point. I think what we could do is say something along the lines of we should probably reevaluate the speeds through the S curves as part of a broader safety improvement package that we're already recommending in the TSP. And then it's really the city's prerogative at that point to look, seriously into speed reductions consistent with your existing city code. Commissioner Kerr, I'm sure that's not what you want to hear, but again, I'm just trying to think
Definitely
about
not.
I'm just thinking about, again, the community component of this. And, we don't want to just add things in at the last minute here. I think we want to make sure that we give the community an opportunity to weigh in. And this is something that no one has had an opportunity to provide input on. So I would not recommend adding that at this juncture, but I still think we can address it with some language.
Hey, Clay, Michael from ODOT has his hand raised.
Oh, great. Michael, please go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, Michael Duncan, ODOT, with the TGM program here. I just wanted to maybe interject real quickly on the speed there, and I know that area too. Typically, what we do when folks inquire about speed on our system, and we see this in other jurisdictions too, is that they'll conduct a speed study. And what that does is they'll go out for a day and look at the speeds that they're seeing, and they'll look at what the 85th percentile of the speed is. And what that does is tell us more or less what behavior the design of that facility is creating in folks that are using that. So rather than what we typically do, rather than just saying it'd be great to have a 25 or a 20 there, which I tend to agree, lower speeds, safer. 20 is plenty, right? We hear that, and that's effective policy. But what you don't want to do is lower the speed limit without partnering it with additional kind of roadside features, and that could be striping, that could be a path or sidewalk or different features that help encourage driver behavior, and in this case going slower. And so I'm hearing what you're saying, and I think a good way to accomplish that would be to recommendation to conduct a speed study there as part of the TSP, and then that way it gives the sentiment of lowering the speed some actual data behind it, and you can proceed with lowering the speed if folks are already driving nearer that limit, if or adding some roadside attributes to help encourage driver behavior to slow down.
But lowering a speed limit does encourage drivers, because some people do pay attention to the speed limit. So by lowering it to 20 miles an hour from 30, you are encouraging good driver behavior. It's not going to guarantee it necessarily, but it encourages it. I don't see why you need to do a speed study to determine that 20 miles an hour is safer than 30. I just don't. It seems like a huge waste of money to me.
Well, and if I may, it's not necessarily to determine if it's safer or not, but what you don't want to do is put a lower speed, and then because of the type of road that's there, motorists that aren't, you don't see high compliance, aren't adhering to that speed limit. So what you have is a situation where you have some folks, like myself, I'm sure a lot of people in the room see a 20 mile per hour speed limit sign, and they drive that because that's what it's telling them to do. But when you have a road where somebody feels like zipping down it, even if it's posted, they're still going to go 30, 35 because the attributes of that facility encourage them. So I hear what you're saying, but you want to be able to shift driver behavior with design as much as you do with enforcement. So it's not an either or. You typically partner them together.
Well, maybe if you walk the S curves, you would. I think the study is complete once anyone walks the S curves themselves.
Why wouldn't that be something the city could just undertake right now, apart from some internal process? Why would we even talk about a policy or plan to lower the speed limit to 20 on a dangerous piece of road? Why don't we just?
Yeah, I think that if it were a high priority and it's something that the community wants, it's definitely something that the city would address. But this is the first time. I think that's what they're responding to. This is the first time it's been brought up.
Okay, no,
So, I mean, we've had a lot of discussion about pedestrians around the S-curves and issues with biking and pedestrians, dangers and safety issues there. But this is the first time anyone has brought that up to in this process.
the resolution on that. You say you happy? Not?
No,
I wouldn't say we have a resolution there. Do we want to discuss that point more broadly here?
Well, I think it's just like her bringing up the RV. I mean, it's an issue that we didn't consider in the plan and it probably needs to be addressed. But I feel like the police department should have some input. They're the ones that are going to be enforcing it. They probably have experience with changing speed limits in areas.
that's fair.
I don't think we can just post a sign and say it's
Yeah.
done.
So Commissioner Kerr, I totally hear what you're saying. And I agree with the other commissioner's comment. I think that we need to address it in the TSP. I think what Michael and I are saying is that, we can't just say change the speed limit. I think we need to make a recommendation in order for the city to move forward in a way that's meaningful. So similar to the RV issue, I'm wondering if you would feel like we were adequately addressing the concern by, again, just adding an actual project. And, if the city wants to start on that tomorrow and move things forward, consult with the police department, talk to ODOT and actually get this thing done, that's completely your prerogative, but the TSP shouldn't be a limitation to that. Would that feel better?
Bill has his hand up as well.
Okay, Bill, go ahead. Bruce, we'll come to you next.
Yeah, I was just going to say the ability to control speed limits is something that the city council has, and it can do that. And the TSP is a vehicle for the city to decide that speed limit. It doesn't have to happen in the TSP. It could happen outside of that. I think what I'm hearing is that it may be a good idea, but I'm not a traffic engineer, and we don't know some of the implications. Was what I heard Michael saying is, there might be reasons not to do it. And I think the idea is, if this is first coming up, let's say, yeah, let's as a project, let's look at whether reducing speed limits or increasing safety. There might be things that can be done on the S-curves that increase safety that are either in addition to or outside of just reducing the speed limit. And so, let's, to the extent there's a project, increasing safety, I think, is the ultimate goal.
Yeah, and I think I just believe reducing speed limits would increase safety. But it's obvious. I mean, it's,
I think it's an obvious action, but maybe not in an obvious avenue. If that works, this TSP might not be the place to take it.
And frankly, there might be better ones, and either less expensive or more effective.
I was going to say.
Point of order.
Yeah.
You guys had a couple of questions to the consultants, and it's gone beyond questions. It's become commentary, and they're not part of the commission. Bruce is also not part of the commission. So if you're taking open commentary from everybody, it may want to consider taking commentary from others as well.
It's a fair point. Bill, any comment there?
Yeah,
Legal counsel?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. You have closed the public. Well, actually, I can't recall I think you closed the public portion. Yeah,
Yes.
and you can certainly take. This is not a quasi judicial thing where there is judicial requirements. This is more legislative, and the record isn't quite as open. So you certainly can ask staff and the consultants that staff has hired without opening it up to public, but you certainly can as well too. That's entirely within your discretion.
Okay, thank you.
and these recommendations are going to council anyway. We're not it's not up to us, it's up to the city council. So if we make if we change something in the TSP or make a recommendation for reducing speed limits or addressing public safety through many measures, including reducing speed limits, the city council can say no, or they can say, good idea.
And there'll be public hearings at. Council.
Yeah.
Well, and to your point, and just thinking about it here, I'm not sure we're even on track, ready to be ready to send this forward. So we have more conversations to come.
So why wouldn't we allow Bruce as a staff member to give us a comment?
I think we can allow that.
Yeah, I'd like to hear it.
For the record, Bruce A. Dennis, city manager. And I do think it's a different situation if the city manager is going to talk about a possible avenue for one of our commissions to be able to go ahead and move forward. I'm not going to comment on anything, whether the plan is good or not. I'm just trying to go ahead and solve the problem that was brought up by Commissioner Kerr. So I do think that, and I hope that that would continue to be your practice. Because again, I'm not advocating. What I was going to say is that you are an important board, and the decision to look at something like the speed limits on the S curves or something like that, that's something that can come from you to the council as a recommendation anytime. So it doesn't have to be tied to, whatever schedule this is going to move forward on. And so we can look at it. There's some of the, pluses and minuses go with it, in that often the answer you get is not necessarily the answer you want. Because in some cases they'll say, well, you should go faster or whatever, but you can have a professional study done. The other thing is that speed, as somebody said, speed limit is one component, but they may say that changing the speed limit doesn't make a difference because of the geometry of the road. So it's not a slam dunk just to say, well, if we do this, the speed will get reduced, but someone will take a look at it and then provide a response saying, this is what we think would be the way to do it.
It's not really a land use issue. And the only reason I brought it up now is because we are reviewing the TSP and it seemed to be a transportation issue.
Well, it's an issue today, because the TSP is kind of the future thing. But you see a condition now, you are like the planning board for this. And if there's something that you think needs to be taken care of relatively quickly, or at least studied, make that recommendation. And everything that's needed to make that happen already exists.
Thank you.
Do we make a motion to direct the planning commission to look at speeds and let them take off with it?
Okay.
Report out the next meeting.
I'll put that in the list of recommendations I'm going to.
Okay.
Eddie, there was a comment made tonight about the use of the word shall, which also caught my attention as I went through this draft. And that particular shall that was pointed out by Mr. Ostrander around the lodging tax really caught my attention. I think we might have had a breakdown in communication relative to the use of that word. I remember having the discussion, but I do not remember thinking that would be applied to something like a lodging tax. I'm not looking to open the conversation to that, whether we should or we shouldn't have a lodging tax. I just don't think we should come in with affirmative language saying that is going to be how this is.
Shall is a directive.
It's a directive.
Right.
So it was used several other times in there that I just remember thinking as I read through it, like we did not communicate clearly relative to the use of this word. So
there are some, I agree, but there are general policies here where you're going to want it, like all transportation. You don't want to say facilities may be sited, designed, and constructed, to minimize negative social, economic, visual, and environmental impacts to the city. You would want it to be shall. And so,
well, maybe we should get like a word search and just do every shall and every may.
yeah, we could do that.
Because
I think we have to.
that's a big deal. Those are fighting words there. That's not.
No, I agree with you.
So let's undertake that and get back to Jeff. I mean, we
Okay,
can,
well, we'll put them on other things to do.
okay. I appreciate the work you guys have done on this. I tend to agree with Randy, and I said it in the last meeting, that we really haven't really swung from the trees on this one. I don't know if there's any way to do it, to be honest with you. I think what you've done here reflects what we discussed. I will note that there were some deletions and some movements, and the deletions weren't redlined, so when I went to look for some specific text, it had been moved somewhere else. So I just want to reserve the right to spend some time with this. Okay, Jeff?
So let's have a special call meeting next week, okay? And you come back with.
No, I'm not on board with that. I'm getting meeting down. I can meet on this in a month. I will do that. I will spend the time to go through this, but
I have
so many 500 packages.
And
I'm sick of it.
we have 2 or 3 coming at you next month.
Yeah, well, I'm not
That are gonna be that big.
Special meetings out. We got another one coming up. When's the next one with
Not till September 7th.
September 7th. It's August. I've got vacations planned that I've been planning for since the first of the year. I'm not going to slam this through. We've heard it said time and time again, don't slam it through. I've asked you if we need this. Is there any reason we have to slam this through? And I have not heard one reason we have to. I'm not going to be a part of that.
I'm not saying you have to slam it through. That's what I'm suggesting, have a special call so you can.
Let's do that in October. If we need a special session and we can't find it in August, I cannot do it in August.
What's the downside to voting on it
That's my
right
opinion.
now?
I mean, I'm not the only one here.
No, you're not.
Well, I didn't.
What's the downside to voting on this right now?
There's a lot of it that's not clear. The last one we talked about, for example, the language that talks about shall versus may, I think we really need to go through each section that talks about where that word or one of those 2 words is used.
And we had correspondence today that I haven't had.
There's correspondence here. Mr. Sinclair has spent the time to give us quite a few suggestions. I haven't had time to look at that. We get 1 week with these packages, and they're enormous. And I'm tired of getting slammed like this. That's my opinion. I probably will not be here in August. If you all want to do it,
No, you
You're
didn't
not
be
there.
here, and I do think we need to postpone it to a regular meeting. So October it is.
I don't know when.
September.
I threw that out. I'm not sure when it is.
No, we'll put it on September.
Okay, in the meantime, I'd like to make a motion for approval of the recommendations I offered. One, on policy 5, to add the language implementing policies that preserve our natural environment, including wetlands, trees, and wildlife. Number 2,
Didn't we already approve these?
they haven't been approved yet. No, not formally.
Not formally.
But
No.
why don't we include that in the revisions that we're going to revisit in October?
I won't be here in October, so I'd like to,
I agree. Let's get it on a motion.
and also I'd like to send them to Jeff. So implement policies that preserve our natural environment, including wetlands, trees and wildlife, being added to policy 5. 5.4, in determining future transportation needs, primary consideration to preservation of natural resources and environmental protections. Page 35, 3.2.2, may minimize additional new access to hemlock to shall minimize. There's a shall, may thing. And page 85, the spruce last line, take out as much as possible and change it to, and change would be done to will be done. All the things we talked about.
Second.
You second?
We need a motion first.
That was my motion.
You're making the motion. Okay.
Mhm.
When we have a second, Katie, will you call the roll, please?
Are we going to have a discussion?
Oh, thank you, Barb. Maybe you should share.
I just think that we should get all of our changes, study all of them, including Lisa's, and discuss all of it in October or the September meeting. rather than because we're just kind of
Piecemealing,
smelling it. And I think we need, I'm not disagreeing with your motion at all, but I just think we're not going about it the right process.
I agree, but I'm off this commission as of August 31st, and these are the things I'd like to see changed. And if you don't agree with it for a policy reason or for a substantive reason, that would be a great discussion. But at this point, I'd like
Oh,
to
I'm
make
not
the
saying
motion.
I don't.
I'd like to make the
disagree.
motion that
Okay.
we add these.
it's been seconded.
And we will do that, Barb. We'll include all this and whatever we get back from you and then put it on next month's.
It'll be there and you can discuss it then
Okay.
because they're all
Okay.
changes.
Any further discussion? Okay, we have a motion with a second on the floor. Katie, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Kerr,
Yes.
Commissioner Knopf,
Yes.
Commissioner Matusek,
Yes.
Commissioner Bates,
Yes.
Commissioner Moritz,
Yes.
Commissioner Bennett,
Yes.
Chair Newton.
Yes.
So I'll write them down, send them to Jeff, and then and then you'll have it on your September agenda. And then at that time, you might decide you don't like it, but that's what you'll do. It's in September
Next month.
or whenever you have. You thought it was September.
I don't think we decided on it.
Okay, whenever it is. Okay.
Yeah, we'll have the August meeting. Okay, anything else on this?
No.
Okay, so we'll continue this to August. We'll take a break before moving to our next.
Hey, can I mute this?
I don't know.
What you need?
As smart as this can, if this. I'm not kidding.
I know, I know. Robert, do we have actually Mickey, Aaron, Charles? Charles, are you there? You, okay, yeah, Mickey's here. Aaron, you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Bill's here. Anybody? Are you guys set over there, Robert, Jeff?
Yeah. I can just email them.
You good over there, Robert? Set, okay, let's resume our meeting. Our next session is a quasi judicial hearing regarding continuation and consideration of P 22-01 and CU 22-02. Jamie Lermer requests on behalf of Patrick Dave LLC for a 3-lot conditional use permit, 3-lot partition in the wetland overlay zone. P 22-01 and CU 22-02. Jamie Lerma on behalf of Patrick Dave LLC request for petition and a conditional use permit for a 3-lot subdivision in the wetland overlay zone. The property is located at the corner of Forest Lawn Road and South Hemlock Street, tax lot 4100, map 51030 DA in residential medium density R2 zone. The request will be reviewed under the Cannon Beach Municipal Code, section 17.43.040, conditional uses and activities permitted in wetlands, 17.43.045, conditional uses and activities permitted in wetland buffer areas, and 16.04.130, subdivisions and applicable standards. Does anyone object to the jurisdiction of the Planning Commission to hear this matter at this time? Does any commission member believe he or she has a conflict of interest or a personal bias? So why don't we come back to that question? Has any commission member had any ex parte contacts or made a site visit?
Site visit.
Okay, I'm going to come back to the question. I'll come back to the question of does any commission member believe he or she has a conflict of interest or personal bias? The letter was submitted.
Do they want to speak to that?
Does the applicant want to speak to the letter that was submitted regarding potential for was submitted by council?
So this is Reed Stapleton. I'm with the applicant team. I think we would probably initially defer to Mr. Kabizman to opine on that. And then if we need to support that, we'd be happy to.
Okay, thank you. Bill?
Sure.
You want to give maybe a summary and then we can jump into your.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. As you indicated, the city received a letter from the applicant's attorney basically asking further questions about the article that Commissioner Bates discussed at the previous meeting, noting their concern about whether there might be a impartiality issue. As I think you know, the state law and our code require in a quasi judicial setting for the members of the Planning Commission to be impartial. And in particular, the applicant submitted a letter pointing to the HIPFISH article, noting that the article indicated the wetlands on this property are now under imminent threat, and that Commissioner Bates said he's not a fan of development and that the decision is political. And so what I want to do is briefly set out what the standard is for recusal for impartiality, then let Mr. Bates respond to it, and then to the extent somebody wants to challenge them, any party or commissioner is able to do so. And so the question of impartiality of planning commission city councils arises fairly frequently. The most recent extensive discussion involved a LNG plant down in Clatsop County and a case called Columbia River Keepers versus Clatsop County, involving a person who was opposed to LNG, got elected to the Clatsop County Board of Commissioners, and essentially worked with the county to rescind a previous approval. And the applicant challenged that commissioner for bias. LUBA agreed that he was biased, and the case went to the Court of Appeals, and the Court of Appeals overturned LUBA. What the Court of Appeals said is that commissioners are expected to have views on topics of interest in the community and to be intimately involved in the activities in that community. And that the requirement for a bias is high, and it must show actual bias about the particular application at issue. And so, that's been applied in a few other cases. For example, just down the road a bit in Wheeler, there was a person who opposed a particular application, was elected to the city council, and then LUBA found that he was biased because he was opposed in that particular application. In this case, if you read the HIPFISH article, it specifically talks about an initial proposal to develop an 8-lot subdivision, not a 3-lot partition. So we have a different application. Moreover, if you look at the article from Commissioner Bates, he's indicated that the applicant has the right to do with the property what they want, and the Planning Commission can approve the application. So, my read of the HIPFISH article, as well as Oregon law, would be that article doesn't rise to the level requiring recusal. However, what I would ask is Mr. Bates, Commissioner Bates, must be able to set aside whatever his personal views are and make a decision based solely on the evidence in the record and the criteria in the city's code. And if he's able to do that, my advice would be that he can participate. And so that I would turn over to Commissioner Bates and to answer that question.
I can.
So then it's a matter of whether the applicant or any other party or any commissioner wishes to challenge Mr. Bates' continued participation.
Does the applicant, any member or planning commission, any member in the audience or any member of this planning commission object to Mr. Bates being a part of this discussion, this decision?
Christy White is their attorney and she's asked to speak.
Please go ahead, Ms. White.
Thank you very much. I want to thank Commissioner Bates and Mr. Kabizman for addressing the article and clarifying that he's not biased. And we'll decide this case on the facts and the clear and objective criteria of the code. Thank you very much. Appreciate the addressing this issue.
Thank you. Okay. Anyone else have any comments, concerns? Okay. We'll move on. May we have the staff report, please?
Yeah, so I just first want to note that there's a staff report dated July 21st. There's also a addendum that was put out on 25th with new materials, and one just put out at noon today with all the materials we'd received since then, or dated July 28th noon. And those should be in your package, and they're also available on the website. And so as far as the staff report, just want to kind of touch on a few of the points that were discussed at the last meeting. I don't want to go through it all because they all have, there's, like I said, plenty since the staff report was done. There's been plenty of new material that isn't covered in here. So the Planning Commission had voiced concern over loss of draining wetlands. And so there's a couple components to this. First is that the historic wetlands area on the Forest Lawn property, as mapped in 92, identified a delineated area encompassing 34,747 square feet, while the most recent mapping in 2021 shows a reduction of 15% of the wetland over the past 30 years, showing an area of 29,618 square feet. And then the Planning Commission stated that the state and Clatsop County require a 50-foot wetland buffer and asserted that the state buffer took precedent. I verified with the Department of State Lands, Deborah Brown, the wetland expert, and her testimony is in here that that is not the case. And so she's stating that our 5-foot wetland buffer prevails. And then to move on, there was discussion about landslides and soils and geological hazards. And you asked that their geologist be on. From my understanding, he will be on for your questions. And so we've identified from his report the relevant sections on the landslides and geological hazards of the site. On the tree removal, they produced a new arborist report. I'll note that our city arborist responded to theirs and my request that they combine the site plan along with the new tree protection and removal plan. And Mr. Gearhart said, per your request, I reviewed the new material submitted by Master Arborist Todd Prager. His report lessens the number of tree removals from 11 to 7 and gives specific guidelines for tree protection. This report satisfies my request in retaining additional mature trees on this property that would paramount to tree preservation, that input from a certified arborist required throughout the project, especially early on. Tree protection recommendations, attachment 3 by Prager, shall be strictly followed. The installation of TPZ, fencing and signage must be placed and maintained outline. And so the recommendation is put that further in a condition of approval. And then let's see, I just referenced the transportation system plan and access, and that it's, that the restriction is still on the plat. And so that's either a condition or approval or up to you to decide that access issue. And I think those are the main points I wanted to. I don't know if you want Bill go into the needed housing and clear an objective.
No.
At the last, or
No.
to go over his thoughts on that.
I personally don't. I don't speak for the group, but I think we've addressed that.
No need.
Okay. Any questions?
Not yet.
Did the applicant bring their arborist also, the new arborist?
I think Reed can probably answer that. Or
Yes, we have our arborist, our geotech, and our wetlands consultant all available tonight.
Perfect.
Thank you. Any questions for Jeff on the staff report? No? Is there any additional correspondence that we have not seen?
No, that's
You mean other than today? No.
past noon? No.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. We are going to go to public testimony. Pertinent criteria to be considered are noted in the staff reports and listed in the criteria sheets on the meeting page of the city's website. Testimony, arguments, and evidence must be directed to those criteria and other criteria in the comprehensive plan or municipal code which the person testifying believes apply to the decision. Failure to raise an issue accompanied by statements or evidence sufficient to afford the decision maker and the parties an opportunity to respond to the issue precludes appeal based on that issue. Prior to conclusion of the initial evidentiary hearing, any participant may request an opportunity to present additional testimony, arguments, or evidence regarding the application. The Planning Commission shall grant such requests by continuing the public hearing or leaving the record open for any additional written testimony, arguments, or evidence. Persons who testify shall first receive recognition from the chair, state their full name and mailing address, and if appearing in a representative capacity, identify whom they represent. Is there a presentation by the applicant?
I will remind you that you had limited at the last meeting to 3 minutes per.
Oh, thank you, Jeff. That's right. Is there a presentation by the applicant? We are going to limit time to 3 minutes.
Yes, we do have a presentation. However, before we get started, we do have, you'd asked about our consultants. I believe Todd Prager, our arborist, and Troy Hull, our geotechnical consultant. Neither of them are in the panel right now. So if someone could invite them in, that would be wonderful, just so we have them available as needed.
Is there something we need to do, Robert?
No, I'm doing that right now. I just didn't know who they were.
Great, thank you. Okay, just let me know when you guys are ready.
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen, so bear with me here. Let me know when it's up if you could.
Before, while we're waiting for that, could you just, for the record, state your name and capacity, please?
Yes, of course. Yes, sorry about that. So my name is Reed Stapleton. I'm a land use planner with Dow. Our address is 720 Southwest Washington Street, Portland, Oregon, 97205.
Thank you.
I don't see it yet. Do you see it?
I just made him a co-host.
Okay.
We won't count your time yet.
Read now.
Okay, am I up?
No.
Not yet.
Huh. So nothing is being shared at the moment?
Not yet, Reed. Just 1 second. Let's see if we.
Yes. Co-host.
Down here.
Yeah.
Okay, try it again.
Okay, let me give it another go here.
Okay, there you go.
Okay, all right, perfect. Okay, well, thank you all. I'll keep my comments brief since I know we've got a time clock here. We heard several real key issues at the last hearing that we wanted to touch on and make sure that we addressed in this interim period before this hearing. Wetland preservation was one, tree preservation and protection was the second, and then geologic hazards. Wetland preservation, I'll keep this very simple. Nothing has changed from our prior proposal, from what we had prior to the last hearing. There are no wetland impacts. I've heard many folks testify that they want to preserve wetlands. We do too. And we've made sure that we are doing that. And we will have a conservation covenant over all of the wetland on the site, including the 5-foot buffer that Mr. Adams mentioned. We've also taken a closer look at our site development plans for the lots, working hand in hand with our arborists to make sure that we are tailoring those site plans to ensure that we're avoiding trees if at all possible. And we've successfully done that and successfully minimized the number of trees. And this plan that you see here shows that revised partition plan. No changes are proposed to the lots, but we have refined the site plans within the lots. We have a tree protection plan that's been updated. And like I mentioned, that's reduced the tree impacts from 11 trees to 7 trees. The access from Hemlock would be modified slightly as a part of that proposal to make sure that we can avoid a couple of trees on that approach into the houses. And then I'll just kind of skip down to the bottom just to cut to the chase here, but 80% of the trees will be preserved. So a substantial number and substantial majority of the trees on the site will be preserved. We have Troy Hull in attendance, and I will, if we could invite him into the room, we did want to have him speak to the geologic hazard issue specifically, if that's possible.
I think he should already be in with us.
Okay. Troy, are you there?
Looks like you might be, okay, great. You're unmuted now, Mr. Hull.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you, Troy.
Okay. Yes, good evening, planning commissioners. My name is Troy Hull. I'm a principal geotechnical engineer with Earth Engineers. The address is 2411 Southeast 8th Avenue in Camas, Washington. I'm a Oregon registered geotechnical engineer, 29 years of experience. Been working on the Oregon coast on numerous projects for the past 22 years. Our firm was retained by the project team to evaluate the geologic hazards and provide the geotechnical engineering recommendations. So you can see here on this slide with regard to the geologic hazards, Cannon Beach Code section 17.50 identifies the purpose of the geologic hazard standards to ensure that the application of the engineering principles in any construction occurs where such studies indicate potential hazards. Those potential hazards need to be mitigated through, in this case, for our project, through structural fill and specific foundations. And then proposed mitigation measures that we're recommending, we confirm will minimize the hazard to an acceptable level consistent with code 17.50.040.3b. Next slide. All right, so lots of graphics here, but if we just look at the left side of the screen, we have two maps, upper left and bottom left. Those are the same map. It's landslide hazard. The upper map is zoomed in on the site and shows that we're in a moderate, mapped as a moderate landslide hazard. The bottom left map shows that most of Cannon Beach is also mapped in landslide hazard. Going to the right side of the screen, those are the same map again, but these are actual map landslides. And so the upper right is zoomed in on the site, which shows that there aren't any mapped landslides on this site, although there's a giant landslide to the east. And then the bottom right of the screen shows that most of Cannon Beach is covered by the same giant landslide. Next screen. So leaving landslide hazard and going to liquefaction hazard, this is, again, that we're looking at the same map, but on the left, it's zoomed into the site, which tells us that the site is mapped in a low liquefaction hazard. And on the right, that's showing all of Cannon Beach and shows us that liquefaction hazard is prevalent throughout Cannon Beach. And we did our geotechnical study. We concur that landslide hazards and liquefaction hazards are indeed hazards to consider for the site.
Mr. Holm, you're at three.
Then our duty at that point is to provide engineering recommendations that will mitigate those hazards. And so the primary mitigation really is the deep foundations. We predict they'll go down 30 to 50 feet on the sandstone, and that
Did we lose Troy?
He went beyond his 3 minutes. I think that was the problem.
Okay. Sorry, do I still have a very quick second to run through this final summary?
I think you used your 3 minutes, but we need to get the city of Cannon Beach Zoom to unmute first.
Well, maybe not.
Okay.
Mr. Hull, can you hear us?
We need to get him back.
Well, it's not muted.
Mr. Hall?
I heard something about, I think his phone something.
Could be recording in process.
Oh, thank you, Bruce.
Can Mr. Stapleton ping in?
Yeah, Mr. Stapleton, yeah.
I'll try to, yeah, I can try to reach him. Hold on.
I tried logging in too.
While we're waiting for him, is this the appropriate time to ask questions?
No.
Okay.
I'd like to ask the questions after they've given their presentation, and we can get back to it.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, there you go, Troy.
Sorry, I'm having connection and sound issues here on my end.
Oh, no worries. Yeah, take a couple seconds here and wrap up your thoughts. We, sorry for the having to mute you there. You just couldn't hear us.
Gotcha. Okay, so we identified the hazards, which we agreed with, and we provided the engineering recommendations to mitigate those, which the primary mitigation is the deep foundations. And that's pretty much the summary of the geologic hazard issue.
Thank you. It's important information. We may have questions later for you, and if you want to elaborate on that last point there, we may have the opportunity to do that. Anyone else with the applicant's team who'd like to make a presentation at this time?
The arborist, was the arborist going to speak, Mr. Prager?
Mr. Prager's available. If there are any particular questions about the findings,
I don't know.
but we didn't have anything prepared.
Are they done with the presentation?
Okay. Well, then is that the completion of your presentation?
Well, yeah, I had just a very quick slide in conclusion, which is, we still believe firmly that the application meets the burden of proof. We feel like the strides that have been made, in particular with refining the site plans and looking at tree preservation, reducing the number of trees removed from 11 to 7 is a substantial improvement, and really only further hits on that standard of considering tree removal with the project. We appreciate the city's arborist. We appreciate his appreciation of the reduction and his recommendations for monitoring, during construction. And we would respectfully request approval tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other presentations by proponents? Are there any presentations by opponents? You may. Please remember, we are limiting testimony to 3 minutes.
I know. For some. Okay.
We're doing our best, trust me.
I understand that. Again, I'm Wally Champion, PO Box 614. I just have very few comments. First of all, I would like to give this to the council. We have 99 names and we're still collecting them, people that do not agree with this going forward. We have many questions which I don't believe will be answered because we still don't understand the difference of the boundary setbacks. There seems to be a big divergence in that between 5 and 50 feet. So that we would love to, as citizens, have more clarification on that. And the other thing that we want to speak to is we've already seen one of the lots that this group has developed, Patrick and Dave LLC, and where they said they would only remove some trees. We have pictures overhead of how the lot looked before on Washington to Taft and how now it has barely any trees left on it. So we really consider what their procedures have been before and wonder about their going forward and going and looking at that. Also, what they didn't bring up was the concerns they had before about people who are going to be working in that construction site with a full paragraph to OSHA about the limitations for workers there. So I don't believe even with the presentation tonight, just from what I heard, that they still clarify some of the issues. We're speaking out and we continue to look for more people to speak up about this because this is an integral part of our city that seems to, from a map that I've been looking at and one that Randy Neal has applied, looking back to 2011 and now looking at what the trees are missing. I plan to go forward and show pictures of how many trees are coming down. Those roots that in that wetland, they haven't discussed that about how fragile those are with trucks and construction things going over it. So my concern is what they say and what will we end up with. Thank you for the time, consideration.
Thank you. Please come forward.
Hello, my name is Mark Gibson, 420 Elk Creek Road. And here we are again on another beautiful day discussing whether we should tear out a wetlands. And it really saddens me. I thought about bringing my 8-year-old daughter, but she shouldn't have to come here to speak to the obvious. We need to protect wetlands, and we know they are protected. There's no reason why we need any more multi-million-dollar second, third homes to replace the wetlands. So I'm opposed to this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ronald Shapiro. Ron is what they call me. I want to admit bias. I walk by that property daily. I've been coming to Cannon Beach for 25 years and have owned a home here for 4.5 or 5 years. Post office box 738, by the way, for the record. When I sit here and I see and hear experts for the applicant, I have to think in terms of my own profession, which is a lawyer, where we can employ experts to say whatever they have to say. And I look upon this commission and the role you play, this quasi-judicial role, and the need to make a determination. And I say to myself, as I've so often said when I've seen experts present, we'll only remove 7 trees. And then all of a sudden there is deterioration of property and the necessity requires the removal of additional trees. We'll only do this to the wetlands, just this much. And then all of a sudden more inches are taken and more feet are taken and reality sets in. So I come to you as a citizen of this community and someone who admires what you do. By the way, this hearing tonight in every aspect of it, in terms of the way you allowed people to present and the way you asked questions and the way you analyzed, among other things, the transportation plan impressed me to no end. But I ask you to please exercise that quasi-judicial power you have to analyze what's being said and what actually will happen. And I only ask one other thing. In a situation like this, I call upon precedents. I look at the applicant and its history, and I don't know it, and I'm not trying to prejudice it, but it's incumbent upon you to discover what the applicant has said in the past it would do with other properties and what actually happened to those properties. All too often in a county that we live in Maryland, people have said, we will do this. They've gotten their approvals, and all of a sudden, the direction the property takes is just a totally different direction. And we're in the middle of a legal battle between county and private citizens and developers. So I thank you for the time you've given me. I thank you for the time you give. And now you have this all-important quasi-judicial role to make a determination based upon your judgment and not what you're told it should be. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff, are you on?
Yuli's up. Go ahead, Yuli.
Just a second, please. Are you on the time?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Okay. As a reminder, if people could silence their phones, we'd have tight time as it is, and I hate to distract the speakers. So please make sure your phones are silenced. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm Yulis or Yuli Pardini, and pardon I had Mohs surgery. And I've been coming to Cannon Beach for 50 years, had a home here 37 years, full-time 12 years. And lo and behold, that wetlands has been an island in the city since I've been coming here. I suspect it was an island many years before I came. And I would like to see it stay that island, that we have some precious land of life, of birds, trees, plants, all kinds of wildlife. And one thing I want to share is a little bit of council member and community remorse. Many years ago, probably I'm no one remembers it, Pig and Pancake came in for permission to build Pig and Pancake. The community was elated, Pig and Pancake from Astoria. And what happened? The city, everybody approved it. And when it was approved and they started developing it, go to the north side of Pig and Pancake, and you'll see the foundation is 10 and 15 feet deep. They removed 20% to 30% of Elk Run, the natural area. In fact, the northern limits of the church was basically the wetlands, or not the wetlands, the natural lands. After the community was watching it being destroyed, the remorse took place. The city said, God, we should have bought it. The community says, yeah, you should have bought it. But they didn't do their due diligence about the land before it happened. And I hope that this council will do due diligence with what the other gentleman talked about, what's happened in the past. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello again, Hannah Bushert, PO Box 97. So I'm not knowledgeable on building codes or land use or any of this stuff, but I am a biologist and I have done a lot of coursework in land use policy as it relates to natural resource management. And so when I look at the wetlands and I think about what has been shown to us, sure, they say that they're not going to destroy any of the wetlands, but I think about the habitat edges and how that's a really important piece of habitat for birds and wildlife. Those sections in between the trees and everything else, that can be a really good place to see a lot of different bird species, which I've been fortunate enough to go out and look at bird species over there. So I know that it's pretty good habitat, but I also want to talk about the US history of wetlands real quick. So in the 1600s, when the Europeans began to settle, the US had about 221 million acres of wetlands. In the 1980s, we were down to 103 million acres. So we have destroyed a whole lot because people say they were dirty, they're swamps, they're, mosquito havens. But then we found out that they're really important pieces of habitat for drinking water. So we can have clean water, we can have clean air, we can have places to go and recreate and enjoy a little bit of solitude from the busyness of life. And so I think that's really an important thing that we should protect and preserve while we have it. It's incredibly difficult to create a wetland after they've been destroyed. Mitigation efforts can take place, but wetlands are created over decades and hundreds of years. And if this is destroyed, then we're losing that little piece of habitat and history that our community has. Thank you.
Susan Warren, PO Box 108. I'd like to read and quote something written by James Pino, Executive Director of the Cannon Beach Chamber of Commerce, published in the latest Cannon Beach Gazette. Quote, locals enjoy the natural beauty of our home every day, and it draws visitors worldwide. As the Executive Director of the Cannon Beach Chamber of Commerce, it's really important to me that we see our local business and visitor communities benefit each other. A vibrant business community and vibrant local community go hand in hand. If we don't have both, then we solely become a tourist destination, and no one wants that. The mission of the Cannon Beach Chamber of Commerce is to promote, enhance, and maintain a healthy environment for business as a year-round resort destination. This includes a desire that such an environment will be protective of the aesthetics and livability of the community. That's the end of the quote. This is exactly what we risk if we, as a city, allow this wetland to be degraded and developed for the sake of enriching the pockets of people who have no concern, none whatsoever, for the aesthetics and livability of our community. And what about the lives of all the creatures which rely on the wetland as a source of water, food, shelter, and social interactions? 1/3 of all bird species use wetlands for these purposes. There are at least, or approximately, 24 species of birds occupying this bit of wetland. They rely on the snags, the dead trees, on this property for insects that live in the bark and for nesting cavities to raise their young. And what about all the invertebrates that live in this wetland? We have been told these snags will definitely be taken down as a potential danger to the new homeowners who will be completely ignorant of what has been destroyed in order to provide them with their $1 million homes. As they are, these snags pose no danger to anyone and are of great value to the resident wildlife. What makes us think our human wants, not necessities, but wants, should take precedence over the actual needs of any other creatures? In my eyes, we are equal. The benefit of this wetland to us as residents and visitors lies in its beauty as we drive or walk past on Hemlock, as well as its role in helping to mitigate flooding, clean polluted runoff from the roads, replenish the aquifer, and act as a carbon sink.
Ms.
Not
Galera.
to mention the role of the, what?
I'm so sorry to interrupt you. The bell that went off about 30 seconds ago was the 3-minute timer. Are you pretty close to wrapping up?
Oh, I can be.
Yes, please do. Thank you.
Let's see. If James Pino recognizes the importance of the natural beauty of our home to locals and visitors, shouldn't it be the responsibility of you, the members of the Planning Commission, to make sure we don't just become a tourist destination by protecting the aesthetics and livability of the community?
Thank you, Ms. Galern.
Thank you.
Are there any other opponents that would like to come forward? We do here in the audience.
On Zoom.
On Zoom, we have some. Let's make sure we have the room clear. We do have one more in the room. We'll finish the room and then move to Zoom.
Jan Siebert Warmond and my husband Wes Warmond, PO Box 778 Cannon Beach. Dear Planning Commissioners, every decision we make in regard to our community and environment is crucial to the climate crisis we are all facing at this time. In the spirit of making a wise and responsible forest lawn wetlands decision, we ask you tonight to grant a further continuance of this public hearing so that you may have more time to digest all of the information and comments you've received dealing with this complex issue, including those from your executive session, which only took place at 5 p.m. today. We realize the 120-day rule applies here and that the clock is ticking. If your decision were to be made in August, it would still allow a possible appeal to go to the City Council and give the council all of September to make a final decision on this matter. If needed, the council could have a special meeting in addition to its regular September meetings in order to meet the deadline. This is our understanding. It is of the utmost importance that we as a community get this decision right. All of the trees, wetlands, wildlife, all of us are depending upon it. Thank you.
Thank you. Last call for anyone here in the audience who'd like to oppose this project. Okay, we'll move to.
The first one is Anita Duber.
Please go ahead, Ms. Duber.
Hello, commissioners. I don't think I can add anything more to what has already been said, other than I do feel that Forest Lawn Road is as much an icon area as Haystack Rock. There's other areas as well, and preserving that for the aesthetics of Cannon Beach. You know, that village character means a lifestyle as much as anything else, and to develop as much as what's being proposed just seems to go against what the comprehensive plan has put forth as, you know, trying to find a balance, you know, for those of us that live here and those that come and visit. I commend you commissioners for your job and what I hope you will do in trying to preserve the character of Cannon Beach and what makes it special. Thank you.
Thank you.
Clay, just remember name and address for.
Oh, thank you.
Sorry.
Ms. Duber, could we put that at the tail end of your testimony? Could you give us your name and address for the tail end, please, of your testimony?
Yes. Anita Duber, box 694, Cannon Beach.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And the next one is Roseanne Dorsey.
Dorsey, please go ahead.
So first of all, last time our video didn't show up. So can I take a moment to see if it shows up with you and it won't take away of my minutes?
You're Yeah, I think that's fair. Could you start with your name and address for the record, please?
So it's Roseanne Dorsey, 1603 Forest Lawn Road, Cannon Beach.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, I think last time both Mr. Klonoff and I, like, our videos didn't show up. So, and we didn't want to figure out how to make it work. And that was my first time with you. And then it said for all of you to show up and be fabulous because I'm a teacher from my Zoom teaching. So anyway, so I'm not sure what do you actually see when I'm speaking?
We're seeing a picture.
Just the picture of you all.
Oh,
Like someone just graduated.
no, that's great. I don't see that. So as a teacher, we had a different screen up anyway. So I just want to say, okay, so I'm Roseanne Dorsey at 1603 Forest Lawn Road, and I have the home closest to the wetlands. And I have a couple of questions. After the last hearing, I was concerned about my own home, and when the arborist was talking about the all the trees and the roots, and if they would impact possibly my own home. And so that was something I felt like I needed to investigate further, and I hadn't actually thought about that until last meeting. And then I saw a tree report showed up just a couple of days ago. So I haven't had a chance actually to figure out that tree report that showed up. So anyway, I just wanted to let you know that even originally I had agreed to hook up with McEwen on the first plan. And my first correspondence to hook up with the city was in 2021, but that whole plan got postponed. So I'm not hooked up to the city, or my drainage onto the wetland hasn't actually been taken care of. And I was, it drained onto that wetland for many years and nobody said anything about it. This is the first issue, and I'm feeling a lot of pressure to hook up and figure out how to get my drainage taken care of in the next month or two. But I'm actually not sure, like, I haven't had to think about this since my home was actually approved in 2005 when my mom passed away from cancer and I inherited the home. So anyway, there's that whole drainage situation, which is kind of separate. But what I just look at from my point of view is there's one entity, and this isn't anything judgmental, but there's one entity that wants to develop the wetland, and there's many people that oppose it. So it doesn't matter if you want, like, the wetland developed for personal reasons. There's a lot of personal reasons why you won't develop it. Is it geological? You don't want to develop it. Is it, there's so many reasons why. Is it a hemlock access that I was denied, and so many people over the last 15 years were denied? Like, you can't have hemlock access, but so do we all get hemlock access now, for example? So
Ms. Dorsey, you're at 3 minutes. If you want to just wrap it up there, that would be great.
I'm wrapping it up. There's so many questions, like overall arching questions that I think about. Why are these 3 lots so important to develop?
Thank you very much for your testimony this evening.
And thank you for your time.
Anyone else, Robert?
No, that's
I see a couple questions in the Q&A.
That was from Ms. Dorsey about her video.
Oh, okay. All right. At this time, we'll offer the opponent the applicant an opportunity to respond to anything that's been brought up.
Thank you. So I mentioned that we were going to keep Todd Prager, our arborist, kind of on standby. And so I would like to call him into the panel or to speak here. Before he does, one thing that I wanted to offer that I realized actually just tonight that we hadn't proposed, but we have mentioned that there will be a conservation covenant over the wetland and the buffer. But I think maybe just to help assuage some of the concerns from the folks who've testified here, we would also agree to placing signage along the edge of the wetland buffer to notify individuals who might be living in the house or visiting those residences that those are protected areas and to keep out of them. So I think that's appropriate, and we'd be willing to offer that up as well. And I have an example of such a sign. I could email that to Jeff Adams here right now if that's of interest. And then, I'll let Todd speak here as well. But one thing that occurred to me I didn't mention in my initial testimony is that of the revisions that we've made to the site plans and taking a closer look at the tree preservation, we've been able to avoid any tree removal within the wetlands. And I think that's an important note, and that came up in one of the opponent testimonies that you received. So I wanted to offer those two things, but then I'll hand things off to Todd Prager, and he can share a little bit more about what the specific protection measures are to ensure that trees will be protected during construction. I've worked with Todd on a number of projects, and he's excellent at identifying what those are and making sure that happens. And so I'll pass this off to him. Thank you.
Thank you, Reed.
Mr. Prager, I'm
Yes.
going to ask you just to hold on for 30 seconds. One of our commissioners had to run down the hall, and I want to make sure that he hears two of our. Tell you what, I think we're going to take a 5-minute break. This is nothing personal, Mr. Prager, but we have gotten to that place.
Sure.
We don't want to miss your testimony, but apparently we have to go.
We should wait.
Good, okay. Okay, so we will resume where we left off, Mr. Prager. We were anxiously awaiting your testimony.
Yes, thank you. My name is Todd Prager. I'm the consulting arborist for the project. My address is 601 Atwater Road, Lake Oswego, Oregon, 97034. I'm a board certified master arborist, registered consulting arborist, and also a land use planner. I have over 20 years of professional experience as an arborist. And I was asked to relook at this project, review the prior site plan. I conducted a site visit, visually assessed the trees, and came back to the design team with some questions and comments and potential redesign of the site to maximize the tree preservation where possible and minimize impacts on the trees. The question came up about tree protection, and I don't know if it'd be possible for me to share my screen so I can kind of point to my recommendations on protecting the trees.
Looks like we're trying right now.
Okay, try it, Todd.
Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, so the main method of preserving trees is to ensure appropriate setbacks from construction impacts from the trunks of the trees. And a typical standard in Oregon is to not allow excavation or root cutting within a radius of the tree of half foot per inch of trunk diameter. So let's say you have a 36-inch diameter tree at DBH, 4.5 feet above the ground. You'd want to be 18-foot radius away from the trees. So in the prior design, I noted that there was encroachments within those zones, in some cases for the buildings and some of the utility access. And we looked at ways to meet those recommended setbacks, which are denoted by these orange circles. That's the radius that I was wanting to keep the excavation away from. So potential impacts, excavation impacts that I saw would be, I mean, we don't have the building design, specifically right now, but these is the building areas. I wanted to shift these building areas outside of this radii from the trees. Also, where utilities could come in to the site, I wanted to make sure that we were avoiding excavation within those setbacks. Another thing that I wanted to make sure that we were doing was rather than, and I don't know if the prior design had this figured out yet, but I wanted to avoid paving within the root zones of those trees. And we looked at a recommendation, which I'm recommending, is to have gravel driveways so that we can have air and water exchange and better access to air and water to the root zones of the trees. And that would be occurring in both the driveways as well as the utility access. Another aspect of this is the tree removal. The trees that are being proposed for removal are the ones that are within the footprint of the improvements. We were able to, with some design changes, preserve additional trees. And also, when I reviewed some of the trees in the wetland that were proposed for removal, I didn't have the level of concern that they rose to requiring removal. I think they could be retained and monitored trees. They looked like they had stability, at least for the foreseeable future. I didn't see a need to remove those. So we preserved all the trees in the wetlands. Someone had mentioned a comment about snags, which I did notice, actually some really nice wildlife snags in the wetlands. I don't know if that was a proposal previously to remove snags, but I would also recommend snag retention where it's not a threat to any building or construction, which I did see several snags in there that I think could be retained, and there was really no need to remove the snags that I saw out there. There may be one that's hung up in a tree kind of leaning towards a building site, but I think it's something that could be reviewed and determine kind of if there really is a need to remove snags. Other aspects of this are when removing the trees, these are going to have to be carefully pieced down so they're not damaging any of the surrounding trees to retain. With the stump removal, we're going to not want these stumps to be pulled out with a machine because the roots could be intertwined with other roots of trees to be retained. So I'd want to see those roots cut before we pull any stumps. And I put in my notes, any excavation, if there are roots found that are over 2 inches in diameter, especially along this building edge, I would want to see measures to protect those roots. And we talked with the design team about pier foundations to bridge over roots that are encountered so we don't have to cut roots. And I think that covers the bulk of my tree protection recommendations, but I just wanted to clarify. Actually, this is the basic thing I should have mentioned. This is the tree protection fencing that needs to be erected prior to any ground disturbing work, so that we should have this surveyed so it's in this exact location, and it should not be moved at all during construction without approval of the arborist, and installing signage to that effect during construction, waterproof signage with my phone number saying that no movement of fencing should occur unless I approve it. And as the city arborist noted in his letter, he needs to be involved in any modifications to the tree protection fencing and tree protection plan during construction. So I think that kind of wraps up the tree protection measures.
Thank you, Mr. Gray. Are there any other presentations from the applicant?
We don't have anything further. No, thank you.
Are there any questions of?
I have a few questions. Mr. Prager. It was Mr. Prager, the arborist, yes. Hey, I want to congratulate you and the applicant on the work you did on that tree plan. I think it's very good work, and it's the kind of, I think, detail that we need on a project like this with a resource that's so important to this community. As I understand it, then the applicant has accepted all of your recommendations?
I guess I would let Reed speak to that.
Yeah, we have, and those have all been, they're all encompassed in his tree preservation plan that we submitted into the record.
But the discussion of snags was perhaps not captured, and it wasn't clear to me that this pier construction of the foundation was accepted. Is that also?
Yes, we've talked with Jamie Lerma, who I think is in attendance there, who would be the one constructing, and he's amenable to that condition as part of the construction. Yes.
The one question I had, or I guess another I had, was you mentioned in there that the Pacific willow were not large enough to be considered. You said not required to be. What was the requirement you were working under? I'm sorry, it's not the willow. I call it Pacific, but I think you call it something else.
Yeah, my understanding was the trees that were under 6 inches in diameter were not required to be surveyed according to city code.
Is that true, Jeff? Yeah. So a question for you then. So all of those trees that are removed, the Pacific willow around the southwest corner, then you didn't look at any of that?
I looked at them just in a qualitative way, just to see generally where they were, but I didn't do an
What is-
individual.
What is the requirement on that?
It's just a tree.
Yeah, but 2
Kind of
inches?
6 inches.
I know there's some willow in there that are bigger than 6 inches.
Well, if it is, it should be identified as a 6 inch and it should be a tree that's
Yeah, I could, is that 6 in diameter?
at chest height.
Okay, yeah. I want to kind of transition to the geologist for a moment, if you don't mind.
We can all ask questions. Are there any other questions?
I have a question regarding the tree.
Please go ahead.
No, Mickey.
Mickey, please go ahead.
So, you're offering that, oh, yes, you're fine with that condition. This is a partition proceeding at this point. So would you be willing to have yourselves completely bound to what you've said? Because I can tell you from experience in my brief time on the commission, and I know this has happened long before I've been here, we put conditions on and then that changes over time. When the construction actually begins, it changes when the building permit is issued. So my concern is that we're talking about things like, say, pier foundations. We're not at the point of a building permit. How do we make sure that those conditions are going to stay with the project throughout? And the same with the trees, that we're not going to get to a point that you're building and you realize, well, this tree's roots are actually in the way. Guess what? We're going to need to take this down, because that's, I think, a concern for all of us on the commission, that if we agree to something, it's because we really want meaning behind the conditions.
Yeah, I'll offer my suggestion, but I defer to Jeff Adams as well. But, in my experience, there would be conditions on the plat that would stipulate that, so that in the future, when a building permit is pulled, that those would be red flagged. The tree preservation plan would be red flagged. And, adherence to the conditions of the plat would, become a part of that review.
Yeah, that's what I would suggest, plat notes on it.
Other questions, Lisa?
That's basically, I was going to ask, what guarantees do we have that these recommendations in the tree plan would be implemented? We have no building plans, so we can't see what is being proposed. So how in the world, would we know? I just have to say, I've seen this also just in the last week, where we approved something and a major tree was going to be preserved. And I drove by 2 days ago and a bunch of major limbs had been cut off the tree, and we had been told this wouldn't happen. So I just, and this was with building plans available. We don't even have building plans. So I just don't see how you can guarantee these things without building plans. It's just a question, I guess, or a statement, however you want to take it.
Yeah. Well, what I'll say is that the site plans that we have are conceptual, but we've looked at what the maximum envelope of impact might be. And so we feel like there's enough buffer room in there for construction staging, construction maneuvering to honor this commitment. We would agree to having that as a plat note, on the recording of the plat. Todd, I don't know if you have anything else that you would add to that.
Would you accept a condition that if you have to take another tree that's not anticipated, that you would replace it or pay for it?
I might have to speak to, that gets to really a financial question from my client. I don't know if I can speak to that specifically. I think in terms of replacement, I think a tree could be replaced. Absolutely. I couldn't speak to sort of a financial remedy to that.
Something I think we should consider, Jeff.
Mr. Stapleton, I had a couple of questions for you. In your letter dated July 18, you said, among other things, that stormwater discharge from the city and at 1603 Forest Lawn is point source stormwater. Could you define that for us as you understand it?
Meaning that there's a pipe that outfalls directly. It's not, sheet flow runoff or, general runoff, there's a pipe that outfalls.
It's point source stormwater is simply defined as a pipe. Okay.
That was our interpretation with that statement. Yes.
Okay. And in your stormwater runoff plan, could you clarify for us where your stormwater will go?
So we're expecting that the runoff from the roofs and from the structures would be hard piped to the city system in the adjoining roads. And with the proposal that the driveways would be gravel, we would expect that those would be permeable.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Mike.
The geologist, Mr. Goodness. Home. Hello. So, thank you also for your work on this, the additional input you provided. I noticed that, in responding to the questions that you received, you didn't do any additional work on the site itself. You simply referred to existing maps.
We may have lost Troy. Let me try to pull him back in.
Yeah, he's there at the bottom. Troy?
He's muted.
He's muted.
Mr. Hall, you're muted.
All right, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes, we can now. Thank you.
Yeah, good question. Yeah, we'd actually done an extensive investigation with drilled borings right up front when we did our first report. Really, the purpose of this, the newest report and my testimony tonight is really just to clarify, to kind of try and put it in layman's terms best I can for the Planning Commission. But we'd already done an extremely thorough investigation with borings and lab testing and engineering analysis.
What I was struck by when I read your addendum was that you seem to claim that the risk factors that are present on the property with respect to the geological hazards were moderate or was it low for slides and moderate for liquefaction
Yeah, keep in mind, those are like 5,000 foot level views. So we don't rely on that. That's kind of like a good screening tool where, a city or county or somebody can say, oh, I wonder if there's some hazard here. And so you look at those maps and you say, oh yeah, there looks like there might be some hazard here.
Yeah, but
the better approach is then you hire a professional like me. And just to clarify, I'm a geotechnical engineer, not a geologist.
So you're not a soil engineer then?
Yeah, soil engineer is kind of the informal term for a geotechnical engineer.
Is it really? Because it's mentioned as either or in our code, so we probably need to clarify that. But go ahead,
there's really
please.
no such thing as a soils engineer in state codes and licensure. So the maps are great, but they're just a good screening tool. What we do is we get into the meat of and figure out, okay, is there really a hazard here? So don't, just because I pointed out that the maps say, oh, the hazard was low or moderate, I'm not basing any justification on that. I'm really just pointing out that, hey, the map said there's a hazard there. We did our analysis and we concur based on our analysis, not based on this mapping. We did borings and soil testing. We said, yeah, there's a hazard here. And so you're going to have to install deep, kind of costly deep foundations. So, as opposed to installing.
I don't recall the specific language, but you did say that when you concluded that the risk was what it was based upon that map. So I was wondering, are you walking away from the recommendation or the findings you had in the original report?
No, we concur that there are landslide and liquefaction hazards.
The city of Cannon Beach's website lists that likelihood is low. Do you agree with that assessment?
Was it low for, I don't have it in front of me, but was that landslide or
landslide.
liquefaction? That's a pretty generic.
It was low for liquefaction.
The question was for the landslide.
Let me pull up, sorry, let me grab mine. So yeah, for landslide, it mapped it as moderate. So as a hazard.
The city of Cannon Beach's website has a different mapping than the, I'm forgetting the acronym. It's the government's LIDAR.
Slido.
LIDAR, thank you. LIDAR mapped it moderate.
Mm-hmm. Is there a question?
The question was about the city's assessment, because we were talking, I think we might have been mixing liquefaction and sliding in the conversation. So I was trying to clarify that, although maybe you were talking about liquefaction. I thought we were maybe talking about landslides. Yeah. You were talking only about liquefaction, and that is low in your opinion?
No, I'm talking about landslides and liquefaction. And I don't care whether those hazards are mapped on a county or city map as low or moderate or high. I'm saying I've done a site-specific analysis, and they are hazards that need to be addressed.
Thank you.
Yep.
A couple. Go ahead, please.
You also said that I've wrote it down, that most of the city of Cannon Beach is a high hazard for slide. Did I hear that right?
I don't know if I use the term high, but yeah, most of the city of Cannon Beach has landslide and liquefaction hazard.
I looked at the scale of the map you had presented, and it's kind of hard to see on the screen, and then it was already reduced. But I also got on that SLIDAR site, and maybe you could walk us through that. I could see how the hills behind us, the forested hills, would fall into that category. When you put the overlay from the SLIDAR mapping tool over, say, downtown Cannon Beach, it is not a majority of Cannon Beach.
I can probably help paint a picture. So essentially, the hills above Cannon Beach have been uplifted tectonically over, thousands, millions of years. And so what has happened is the soil that was up on those hills has over, hundreds of thousands of years been creeping downhill. The ocean eats out erodes away the toe of that soil, and a little bit more of the overall hillside comes down. Currently, most of that is, what we consider to be stabilized landslide. But there is ancient stabilized landslide debris under most of Cannon Beach. That's what I'll tell you.
The difference though, if you're making a statement that, this is no different than any other property, I'm not aware of any other property that has, I'm quoting you, the presence of weak, compressible, and organic soils to a depth of 40 feet below ground. I think it actually goes more than that in some cases. The risk of dynamic settlement of uplands from 9 to 13 inches. I'm assuming those uplands are probably only 12 inches at most, just looking at your contour map. Is that correct?
When you say uplands, you're saying on the east side of 101?
No, where you're building. No, where you're building on the property. I'm just.
Oh, just where we're building?
Yeah.
Can you clarify the question again?
Well, I just can't get past the impression that you're trying to make an argument that because there's slide risk and liquefaction risk everywhere else, that this is really no different. And I'm getting at the fact that you've actually identified some serious, significant geological risk with respect to this property. And I'm wondering if they're prevalent everywhere else in the city.
Do you think it stops at this property line?
Well, I don't know.
This geology, I'm telling you, this geology is.
If you allow me to ask you a question, please. The presence of weak, compressible, and organic soils to a depth of 40 feet below ground, the risk of dynamic settlement of uplands of 9 to 13 inches, shallow groundwater to the depth of 1 to 6 feet across the property that will require excavation of upland and fill. So, to me, it seems like that property might be unique in terms of the risk. Is that true?
No, it's not true.
So every other property on this in the city has water to the depths of 1 to 6 feet below, above ground.
No, what I'm saying is that the hazard of liquefaction and landsliding to a detrimental effect affects numerous other properties in Cannon Beach.
And this is the property we have before us. Did you have I seem to recall in your geological report, I don't know whether it was the very first one or the first amendment or the second amendment that showed up on the slide or on the website or the addendum. You seem to indicate that you didn't have access to the plat at the time, to the design, at the time you did the borings. Is that true?
You have to refer me to the specific language you're talking about. I'm not sure what you're.
Well, there's a statement and you know, there are so many documents here, I can't begin to find it, but there's a statement where you say that, you know, first off, your initial report was amended to note that you didn't have access to the initial design. And then in, I think, the second or third report, near the end, you indicate that at the time you did the borings, you didn't have access to the design, to the layout of the land. Is that true?
Maybe this would help. So we performed, I'm just looking at our exploration location plan in my report number 22-103-1-R1, and it's Appendix B. We did 5 borings on the south end of the site where the proposed construction is, which based on my 29 years of experience is more than would typically be done for this size of a development. So in my professional opinion, we did a lot of borings to collect a lot of soil information.
But in that second property that sits on the upland in the middle of the wetland, did you do a boring there except for a handheld boring? Did you go to the bottom of the wetland like you did in the sections around the perimeter?
I'm not sure I follow you without us looking at some kind of a site plan together and you pointing where you're talking about. I don't know that I can follow you.
Well, the site plan,
Here are the places where the borings were done. Hand auger, boring.
So on property number 3.
Hand auger 3.
Hand auger 3, that is on one of the uplands, correct?
Yes.
And you went how deep on that?
12 inches.
HA3.
Going into here.
That one we went, we hand augered to 5 feet and we did dry probe testing to 8 feet.
So you really don't have any idea what's under that property, correct?
Well, no, they did say, and I'm just going to jump in for a question here. So your notes here, I didn't realize it was to 5 feet. Say silt with some clay, brown to gray to light gray. Wet is the description for the moisture. Very soft to medium. Wet is defined by you as usually, let's see, wet, visible free water. Usually soil is below water table. Is that true to 5 feet at HA3?
It's wet. We didn't, if it was below the water table, we would have, if it was clearly below the water table, we would have made a comment. I don't see in the remarks column at the right side of that log a comment that, let's see, actually, I take it back. We, down the notes at the bottom, we encountered groundwater at 1 foot below grade.
Okay.
What is grade at that point at HA3? How high above the water of the wetland is it?
I can tell you it's roughly elevation 39, but as far as in relation to wetlands, I wouldn't be able to answer that question.
Would the excavations that you recommend, you take that well below that wetland level? Would it take it down 2 feet? You're suggesting excavations, correct?
Well, we're suggesting support the buildings on piles. So those are going down 30 to 50 feet. They're going down till they hit the sandstone stratum, which is the stable stratum.
You're not recommending excavation at any point for those home foundations? And back to deal with the water issue actually is where it came up. You said water will fill in behind any excavation so that you need to take special measures for that.
Yeah, it's standard language in a geotechnical report. So.
Well, I'm not a geotechnologist. All I can do is go by what you wrote. And it sounds to me like you want to excavate that upland to a level that goes below the water level there to deal with potential watering issues and putting fill back in place of it. That on top of the piers.
Where are you seeing that at in the report?
Hey, I'm just talking about your report. I'm sorry, we could, it's in the initial report.
Yeah, I can tell you, we're not recommending that they do a whole bunch of excavation, which I think your concern is wetlands and disturbing that is not what we're recommending. The nice thing is that deep foundations usually require minimal ground disturbance.
So there will be no concrete foundation on any of these.
There is there's usually something connecting between the piles. So you'd have like a grade beam.
And how
But
deep?
that design's not done yet.
How
as far as
deep
I
would
know.
those usually go?
That would be part of the design. So
But it's just usually how deep? I mean, I've seen comparable properties next door that go down 2 to 3 feet. Is that what you would do on this?
I can't imagine they would be that deep. But again, you and I are trying to guess what a structural engineer does and what the site grading plan is going to be. So we've got a geotech and a planning commissioner trying to guess what the civil and the structural are going to do.
When are we?
When
are we going to get that stuff?
What's the weight? Do those helical piers? Is that right? Did I pronounce that right?
Yeah, helical piers.
How much weight of the foundation do they take off of the soil? So put another way, do they take all the weight off, portion of the weight? Is there weight on the soils that is not supported?
So good question. The structural engineer will, by following our report recommendations, will include enough helical piers to carry all the weight from the house down to the sandstone stratum. That's standard structural design.
Thank you. Do you have a comment, Jim?
Only that typically with the piers or piles, they go in, they're that big, they're down to 50 feet or wherever you hit sandstone, and then the grade beam sits on grade. So you don't actually excavate very much or at all to put the grade.
I just watched one go up right next to my house where they dug down 2 feet to hit those beams.
I don't know what went in next to your house, but
Yeah, what is the typical foundation, Jeff? And I mean, is there anything in the code about a foundation, the depth and all that?
No, none.
I think I read in the plan, they had suggested 12 inches of compact fill on the foundation on top of that. So I don't think there was a lot of depth to any foundations here. Mr. Holm, I'm just going to take a quick step back. I really appreciated your report. I thought it was very well done, and I appreciate you being in the line of questioning here. But this really is an important question for us. Having a report with the sort of geological concerns you voiced is concerning for us. We want to make sure we're not putting people in a position where ultimately these houses would fail. You mentioned that compressible soils, such as found at the site and found on the nearby landslides, would slide after winter weather or a seismic event. Can you expand on what having these types of soils in a wetland adds as a factor to concerns for slides? So we have wet winter weather here all the time. Every whatever period have seismic events. What does the fact that this property sits in a wetland do to exacerbate slide potential?
Yeah, I don't see a contribution from this property. The landslide issues, and the reason why this area, as well as a lot of Cannon Beach, is mapped in a landslide hazard, has to do with the slope down the beach, the storms that come along and erode some of that. So it's really what's happening down, on that next row of existing houses between this property and the ocean, as well as upslope. That's just a giant mass of landslide material that goes up into the hills. So the two mechanisms that we see that are create the reason for a hazard are not, I mean, this site is not steeply sloping. It's not what's happening on this property. We work on properties in Cannon Beach where we're helping somebody build a house, right next to the beachfront cliff or steep slope. And then that's a different, now we have a local landslide issue where then we're looking at things like where water's coming from on the property. But this is actually a much bigger global issue in this area. So the local wetland is for me, is not a major player.
You don't think that adds any potential multiplier to liquefaction?
The wetland?
The fact that there's already water there on those soils?
This site is always going to have liquefaction hazard. It has shallow, wetland is a superficial thing. When we look at liquefaction, we're looking at groundwater. How deep is groundwater? Is it 20 feet below the ground surface or 5 feet? So groundwater and wetlands are to me, as a geotechnical engineer, are two totally different concerns. So I'm not concerned about wetlands wetlands are a minor thing. That the groundwater is really what's driving liquefaction.
Then there's a lot there.
And in several areas, it wouldn't necessarily be constituted as groundwater, but you do label it as wet down to 30 feet in places. Visible free water, usually soil is below water table. It's not necessarily limited to the surface area.
Yeah, that's correct. Our report is saying there is groundwater beneath the site. Yeah. As there is through quite a bit of Cannon Beach.
Yeah, I can't speak to the rest of Cannon Beach. I can only speak to what's in front of us here. And it's classified as wet at a really deep level. And, my understanding of liquefaction, in addition to being on sandy soils is water doesn't help. And that's my concern is we have so many places where you've got these marks of wet to moist at really deep levels. I understand the system you have in place to protect. Well, my understanding is, actually help me with my understanding on this. With this pier system, if there is shifting, when there is shifting soils, it appears to me from what you've written, the goal is to make sure that people are able to keep the structure, and I'm going from what you wrote here, intact long enough for the occupants to evacuate. What happens to the structure that is on those piers when those soils shift?
So like if we have an earthquake and the soil liquefies and the ground settles the several inches that we predicted? Is that what you're asking?
9 to 12 inches is what you predicted. Yes.
Yeah.
That's it.
So the ground is going to settle. The earthquake shakes, the ground settles, but the house is sitting on the piers that extend down to the sandstone, which is basically like building it on stilts. And so the house stays where it's at, but the ground drops.
You mentioned that this is surrounded by ancient landslides. It has slide material and compressible soils that are consistent with landslides. What are the geological risks? I know that you've got your report, as Mike has said. There's a lot there. Could you just summarize what you see as the geologic risks of developing on this site?
Well, yeah, the geologic hazards are, which what I consider hazards, maybe you're calling risks, but are, as we've discussed, soil liquefaction and landslide. I would say that the bigger concern for me is the soil liquefaction.
Okay, great. Thank you. Not great, but thank you.
Yeah, do you mind if I ask him a couple more questions? So, you didn't really consult the plan or didn't have it available. I know, a lot of the willow that keeps that Pacific willow that keeps that wetland intact will probably come out at least in the property that's in the southwest corner and perhaps some willow that's going to be taken off the upland, you know, and in the center of the property and actually all of them. So the willow has not really been accounted for, but it's a critical part of the wetland ecosystem. So you take, and I think the point, the purpose of it, or the function it serves is to keep the soil intact, correct? I mean,
Are you talking about like the tree roots?
The tree roots for all that willow.
Well, all I can speak to is geotechnically, and I can tell you that on this site with these hazards, and I realize, you know, for different reasons, there's tree protection. However, in this case, whether those trees go or stay doesn't affect the hazards that we've recommended need to be addressed.
So I think you're saying is once you remove if you remove those willows, particularly in that southwest corner where the natural water flow comes down, that there is going to be no movement of that land as a result of the project.
Correct.
Once those trees are removed. You know, I think Rosie Dorsey got an opinion that once those trees were removed, she can kiss her foundation goodbye.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that document or whatever was provided.
Is it possible that once you remove those willows that the land will slide naturally simply because it's on the runoff course and anything, you know, in place to hold the water is going to just slide away?
That's not my opinion for this property.
Okay. Okay. I can't.
Are there any other questions for any of the other professionals here on behalf of the applicant?
I do. You say you have the person that wrote the wetland delineation online?
Yes.
Yeah, John Van Staveren is in attendance.
Can you repeat that last name, please?
John Van Staveren with Pacific Habitat Services.
Thank you.
So John, what is your take? This construction goes on. What happens to that wetland once all this stuff is done?
Well, you know, I mean, wetlands are definitely sensitive. There's no doubt about that, but they also are resilient, and they've done a really good job. I mean, I'll be honest with you. When I first saw, you know, a development scenario for the site, it did impact wetlands, and then they've done a very good job of pulling everything back out of the wetland. And I know people have testified quite correctly about the quality and the benefits of wetlands, obviously, but they are being avoided.
And there will be an impact. There will be an impact on the wetland. Can you measure it? Can you estimate it?
Do you mean an indirect impact?
Well, yeah, an indirect impact.
Well, I mean, it's had an indirect impact when the roads were put in, when the surrounding houses were put in. I mean, there's no doubt. You know,
And we have a situation now where we're going to put houses on the wetland lot of record. So what would the impact of that be?
Well, they're actually not being in the wetland, which is a very good thing. So,
well, I said wetland lot of record around it, so it's going to be there.
well, that's a political. Lot of record is something political, right? And not the wetland itself.
Oh, then answer this question. So you put those helical piers down 40 feet from an upland that's 1 feet above water level. What is it going to do to the wetland around that?
Oh, it won't do anything at all. Those helical piers. Troy, what's the diameter of those piers?
Well, they're not select.
Not selected. But what
They're
were
not
they?
selected yet. However, generally, they would be 8 to 12-inch diameter helices.
The report in the public record shows 2 7/8.
Yeah, well, the 2 7/8 shaft is a common shaft size.
Yeah.
So can you explain the difference between, what's the difference there? I'm not sure I understand that.
Imagine a corkscrew. So you got the corkscrew portion, the wider portion of the corkscrew. Those are 8 to 12, 14 inches diameter. Then the post or the shaft of that corkscrew is typically, and it can vary, but let's say 2 7/8.
Right. You know, those helical piers, we use those in trails when we do trail design. And one of the reasons why we use helical piers is because they are like a corkscrew. So what they do is that they go down into the soil and they basically hug the soil. You don't have any space around those helical piers. I mean, that's what they're there for, and that's why, they're designed to support a structure above it. But when we do boardwalk designs and we don't want to impact the wetland below it, we use those helical piers. In fact, the Corps of Engineers don't even consider those to be an impact. They don't even regulate helical piers because to them, that's not an impact. It's just something that's going in, like basically Troy said, like a corkscrew into the soil. But something about the wetlands. So the wetland, it's a great wetland, obviously, and people have been testifying about how great it is, and I totally agree. But it is resilient. The wildlife that are in that wetland have lived in that wetland for many, many years, generations of wildlife, I can tell you that. That have been reproducing, and they are used to living in the urban environment. I mean, I've worked in wetlands for my whole life, to be honest with you. And there are some wetlands that are very, very sensitive. I work with the Wetlands Conservancy, and we've got bogs that no one should enter. But when you find wetlands in the urban environment that are surrounded basically on all sides by roads, by people, by dogs, the wildlife there are used to disturbance. And the developers, like I said, have done a good job of making sure they're outside of the wetland. And yes, there will be some indirect impacts, no doubt about that, because you're putting in 3 houses adjacent to it. But is that going to be detrimental to the point where the wetland doesn't survive? I don't think so.
Would you recommend anything that they could do to minimize the impact in terms of construction management?
Well, I think that, the long term, I do think that people shouldn't go in the wetland. And so Reed Stapleton talked earlier on, and I think Jeff could bring up an example of a sign that could be placed around the wetlands. And we do that routinely. So we place wetland signs. In fact, we've done it for a site recently in the Portland area where we want people to stay out of. And those signs are pretty impactful. They're large, aluminum signs. And so that could be something. And education. I mean, I'm not sure if the developers want to do an educational sign, but that could be there too, to be honest with you. I mean, we do that all the time,
I'm just wondering about construction management. Is there nothing, I mean, I haven't seen anything in here for erosion fences, for example.
Well, yeah, that's actually a good question. Todd Prager and his tree plan, his tree protection fencing, I looked at that and I thought that's a great idea because that's not just for the trees, but that's for the wetland too. I mean, if that's a big orange fence, that's going to keep the contractor out of the wetland for sure. And, one thing too is that, and I've worked around many, restoration sites and development sites alike. And I can tell you that because there are so many eyes on this project, that during construction, I'm sure if the contractor steps over that boundary, it's going to be reported.
And noted that there was soil and erosion fencing. Mr. Prager did earlier in that.
Yeah, he showed it around the trees. I didn't see, thank you I did see some.
I have a question for the wetlands expert. You say that the wetlands will survive even if houses are put in on the property. But wouldn't you agree that when you have homes with only a 5-foot buffer, which is really nothing, that the wetlands will end up compromised? They may survive, but they're going to be compromised by the 3 houses. Let's say somebody puts Roundup down in their garden or some kind of other insecticide or herbicide. All of that kind of thing, you can't monitor everything that somebody does who lives in those homes. So with a 5-foot buffer, I don't see how in the world you can say that the wetlands won't be compromised.
Well, they won't be compromised to the point where they go away. We'll still have a wetland there. We'll still have wildlife that live there. But you're right.
Degraded. It'll be a degraded wetland.
Well, that's why we have, the vegetation is not going to change. I mean, that's still going to be the same. Yes, if you use Roundup and it goes into the wetland, that's obviously always a bad thing. No doubt about that. That's a great point. And so we don't want that. And perhaps, I'm not sure, this is not going to be a homeowners association, but I know HOAs have agreements where you can't use herbicides, which I think.
Right, well, there's no HOA here, so.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. So that's not even relevant.
Right. But you're right. So 5 feet, I mean, it's, it is what it is. Unfortunately, it sounds like in the city of Cannon Beach. The state does not have, which is interesting, does not have a setback from wetlands. And I know other communities have varying setbacks. But yeah, there will be some indirect impact, no doubt about it.
And everyone, that's what I guess I feel like that's hiding the ball in a lot of ways, because no one talks about the fact that it will have a negative impact on the wetlands. They just say, oh, it'll survive. And, we're not building on the wetland itself, but you are affecting the wetland.
Well, but
And you're affecting it with a 5-foot buffer. There's no way you cannot affect that wetland.
Well, the
5
wetlands,
foot buffer is nothing. The county has a much, much greater buffer than that.
well, excuse me for interrupting. I will say one thing is that the road adjacent to it has no buffer. And that wetland, we're all saying what a great wetland it is. You've had many, thousands of vehicle trips adjacent to that road with oil and grease, et cetera, there for decades and decades. And it's still resilient. I mean, it's still a good quality wetland, right? So 5 feet, yes, that's a static thing, a house.
There's such a thing as cumulative impacts. So you keep adding impact after impact after impact, and eventually it's going to have a detrimental effect. Maybe it doesn't right now, the road, but if you add something else in, if you accumulate and have a cumulative impact on the wetland. And I just don't see how you can get around that in any way. But you can't regulate behavior in those 3 homes. You just can't.
Well, he has said there is an indirect impact, so it's.
Yeah, negative impact, and we don't know how great that is.
Are there other questions for?
Just a couple. I just saw in the packet that came out today, or yesterday. It dealt with, Jeff, I'm sorry, this really gets difficult when you see so many different things day after day. There was a drawing of the plat that showed a proposed storm sewer running down Forest Lawn Road from where it discharges into the property all the way to Hemlock. I have seen nothing about that in any of the explanations here. Can you explain, somebody on this project, explain to me what's going on with respect to that? I'm asking the question this time, Bruce. I want to know. I mean, they have presented a document today that had a proposed extension of that storm sewer from where it is all the way down to Hemlock. I want to know what the provisions are for that.
Okay, I have a drawing of what's going to happen. And so if you allow me to show it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or to speak, all right, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Down Hemlock?
Or down north, down Forest Lines. Sorry.
I think we have a procedural issue here. I'm not comfortable taking your testimony just yet. We can come back to that, but we're still under questions of the applicant.
I'm a member of the staff. You listen to the staff.
I'm not saying we don't ask you. I'm not saying we don't hear it. I'm just saying at this point, I don't.
Right, why was it coming up? Because the question was asked.
Yeah, no, I understand. I just procedurally, I think we have a challenge with that. So I'd like to come back to that when we have questions for the staff.
Sure, got it.
Are there any other questions for the applicant?
Do we have an answer to that question? Is that, I mean, I would like the applicant to answer the question since it submitted the document.
If I was asked to answer that question, I would say it's a city project. It's not tied to the applicant.
And
we have to come back to that. Yeah. That's actually a pretty critical piece of what we're going to discuss tonight. We cannot do it in the format that we're walking down here.
Good enough.
Does the applicant have a response to the question?
Well, I have one more question. Well, go ahead. Yeah, please respond to that question.
Yeah, and I guess I'm not sure I understand the question exactly. Whomever that was speaking in the chambers there, I think is correct. If we're talking about a city project, it's not something that's being proposed. So I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, you provided a document with the addendum packages either yesterday or today. There are two addendums on there that shows a proposed wetland storm drain running down Forest Lawn along the west border of the property. And I just wondered, why, if that's not a city project, why is that in there? Or not a developer project, why is that in there?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Matt Robinson is coming over as well. He might have an answer to that. I'm not sure exactly. So a wetland that is a pipe draining the wetland. I don't understand.
What's the question?
There's a question in the addendum. There's a utility plan in the addendum that came out today or yesterday or the day before that shows a proposed storm sewer extension from where it presently dumps into the property. Discharges, the storm sewer presently discharges into the property on the southwest corner, running up Forest Lawn north toward Hemlock. I just wondered, since it was in the applicant's package, I just wondered if it's not your project, why is it in there?
I'm sorry, what? Here, let me come.
Am I not being clear?
It's a little confusing.
I apologize. I lost my audio on my other.
No, that's okay. That's okay.
So go ahead.
I got a utility plan today or yesterday. I can't tell you which because we've been getting documents right up to the time of the meeting. And in that plan, that utility plan, there was a proposed storm sewer extension from where it presently discharges into the property on the southwest corner all the way to Hemlock. It's my understanding now that that is a city project. It has nothing to do with this, and I'm wondering why it's in your package.
So I think you're referring to the memo we wrote about stormwater discharge onto the site. So what we're proposing is laterals that would discharge stormwater from each lot into public stormwater lines within right-of-way. So Hemlock Street and Forest Lawn Road. I think what that plan is showing is existing city infrastructure in Forest Lawn Road. So there's a current pipe that ends essentially it outfalls right outside of the property. There's a line that runs up, that would be the west side of Forest Lawn Road. It enters a catch basin, and then that catch basin has a pipe that runs to an outfall pipe on the east side of Forest Lawn Road. So that's we're showing existing city infrastructure, and what we're proposing is that each lot would have a public stormwater or a private stormwater lateral that would run to the public line. So we discharge stormwater within each lot into public lines, and then whatever that public point of conveyance is, that's where the public line would take it. I don't know if that answers your question, but
It doesn't, but I can't explain it. So
I get your bigger picture. Let's come back to that.
Yeah.
I think we can do that. We'll hear from Bruce relative to that. Are there other questions for any of for the applicant or the applicant's team? Okay, if there are no other questions at this time, we will close the public testimony section and go to deliberation. Do you want to have Bruce come up and speak to the?
yeah, Bruce, please. I'm sorry. It's.
Bill, you're muted right now.
Bill?
Well, thank you. While Bruce comes up, I did want to hit a quick procedural note. You had one of the testifiers request that that this be continued. And I want to make sure we don't lose that. I would tell you that since this is not the first evidentiary hearing, that was your one in June, you do not have to grant the continuance or leave the record open, but you can. The biggest concern, if you do so, is the 120-day rule, which I believe Jeff has the dates on when we've got to finish the entire city process.
Yeah, so the 120-day rule is October 25th, I believe.
Can you walk us through the logistics of
Maybe we will do that.
that.
I don't think it works.
The pointers don't seem to be working. I will,
Okay, so we'll come back to the question on that.
if someone can look, like Jan and everybody, if you want to go ahead and look up there. This is, Karen, this is existing infrastructure back here, isn't it?
Yes, the
Okay.
blue lines are what exists today,
Okay,
and they are storm. There is no sewer that we're
Right.
talking about here.
right. So when you get down in here, this is an area that we're supposed to be taking the water away from. This is a proposed line. It goes from this point, which does not exist now. So it would go ahead and take the water from there to there. And this water now is currently going across the property into the wetland.
No, over here on
It's
the.
the one on
Forest
Forest
Lawn.
Lawn.
Yeah,
Sorry, not sure.
yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Too close to it. Okay, here for Forest Lawn. This water flows in that direction. And so what would happen is a line would come over from this house, because there's a catch basin in there. And then this line would go down. And so it would carry the same water, similar water that's going right now in sheet flow. But it would go down to this point, empty into the wetlands, actually adding water to the wetlands. And the wetlands currently drain over in this area around Hemlock, correct, Karen? And then eventually that would be tied, the overflow would be tied to the, across the street. And I'm not aware of any plans or anything that would tie any lines from any houses to these lines. This is just our.
No, I got you. Thank you, Bruce. It's this portion over here that we're concerned about.
Here?
Yeah. Yeah, and so you're saying that's a city project to move that?
Yes, but is this the catch basin? I believe, but this property is also draining water where it's not supposed to, so they can get it to the catch basin. We cross it over and then it would tie into our line, I think eventually. Again, I've not seen the plans of what anybody's proposing, but it would be possible for somebody to tie into either a catch basin or someplace along this line to move their water off-site, but it would all go to the wetland.
Yeah.
There's no water taken from the wetland as a result of this.
Right, and you know, we've had this discussion a couple of times as a separate project. Bruce, there is no obligation on the part of the city to make that move.
The city disagrees. We've done this type of a project. There's been discussions with the person that lives here. They have the same obligation to find some way to get the water off of their property. This was a discussion that the staff had and said, "Well, we can take care of both situations."
Actually, it's this person right here. Bruce. It's not this person, because if it's this person, it's natural flow.
Right.
It's this person.
I'm sorry. And that's because there's a catch basin in here that is part of this.
Yeah.
But essentially, that's the idea, is to take the water down that way.
So just to be clear, and I don't know the plan, so there are 3 lots. And you're saying we have one approximately here, one approximately here, and one approximately here. All 3 tie over?
No, two, if you pull up the utility plan, you can see in the utility plan.
They will go to wherever it's most convenient for them to go. I'm just not familiar with where it is. Without this,
Just go to.
no, we wouldn't be able to solve our problem. The other problem.
What problem do we have? What problem does the city have there?
We're discharging water onto someone else's property.
Legally. Legally doing it.
Well, in our opinion, it's a job that needs to be done.
And what's the cost of that, Bruce?
Don't know yet.
You know, Mike, can we take a step back? I did want to come right back to the question to Bruce, just to make sure we didn't lose it.
Yeah.
But I think it's important we step back and look at what we need to do now. We have a motion or a request to extend. I think we really have 2 pieces that are important in this decision. We have the section about the stormwater, the city's stormwater discharge and the neighbor's discharge. That's one piece. And then we have the petition request. the petition request and the stormwater and conditional use, they're together, but I think we should probably,
It's really important to figure out what the utility plans.
oh,
are
I'm
for
not
this
saying it's
land.
not. And trust me, I have a lot to say on that. I have a lot to say on that. I just want to make sure that we have kind of an idea of how we're going to approach it.
I'll
so
leave
that
it
we
up to you,
can-
yeah, for sure.
We can have some kind of a
Three
goal.
things, partition, the conditional use, and the stormwater issue.
And the request for a continuance.
Right.
Okay. So why don't we start with the continuance? Does that sound good?
Sure.
Okay. Jeff, can you walk us through the logistics of it? Is a continuance even a possibility given the,
You have till, the city has till October 25th. And so if you continue it, say, without a special call meeting in August, which sounds like that's not a issue, I mean, that's not a viable option, then you're going to the next hearing in August. So that's the last week of August. So if you were to make a decision on that date, then likely it would go to September's work session for the city council. And they have a work session. They could immediately, or because of hearing, we could probably not notice that because of that date until mid or late September, even if after the work session, then they would hold their public hearing. So that's likely, late September for that at best. So that's your timeline you work with. Now, if everything gets denied, they have to have an appeal. They could, that would be it. That would be the decision. So they would have, early October likely to make that decision.
I apologize to interrupt, but this is Reed Stapleton from the applicant. The staff report states the 120-day clock expires on October 1st. And so I want to make sure that gets reconciled. That's what we're seeing in the staff report.
Yeah, so in the October, I think it's the July 25th, I think it is, it may be in the 21st, let me see. We did the 180 day count, and I made a note on page 22 of the July 21st to correct that. It says, please note that the prior staff reports letter of completeness issued on June 3rd stated an incorrect 120-day limit as October 25th. That date is corrected above. And so the current is now October 1st is the current date.
I don't feel like I heard anything tonight in our executive session that would change how I would deliberate tonight. How do other people feel?
I don't feel.
I agree. I also am worried about not giving city council enough time to make it a well-informed decision. So I think we need to finish this tonight.
Okay, check. One thing to know, let's have a formal vote on that. I think it's important enough. Can I have a motion?
To resolve now?
A motion to resolve. I like that.
To vote now?
Motion to make a decision.
May I have a motion to make a decision tonight, please?
Why don't we just make a motion to make a decision?
Is that a second? May I have a second?
Yes.
Okay. Discussion? Katie, will you take the roll, please?
Commissioner White,
Yes.
Commissioner Bennett,
Yes.
Commissioner Kerr,
Yes.
Commissioner Knopf.
Yes.
Commissioner Matusek,
Yes.
Commissioner Bates,
Yes.
Chair Newton.
Yes. Okay. How we approach the other items, we could start with the stormwater, which is a key piece here. We were just talking about it most recently. I don't have a preference on how we approach these.
Well, I don't think there's a solution to it. I think I will again reiterate my concern about that. That is critical to resolution of this particular application. I have seen email correspondence that suggests that the purpose of that move was to help the applicant move water off the property. I've also seen email correspondence from in the file that says, that was separated out of this package, even though it's related, to limit the ability to challenge the application. And those emails don't originate from the applicant. So I will just note that that there's no legal obligation. There's a significant expenditure for that. I'm not aware, I may have gone to the budget committee, I don't know, but I don't know what, not aware of any citizen that would approve city expenditures to move that storm drain 150 feet to help drain the property.
Mike, I share a similar concern. I especially get concerned when we have neighbors who are being told that what they're doing is illegal and they have to change it from what appears to be the directive of the developer. We heard tonight, or in the letter on the 18th, that these stormwater discharges are illegal, that they need a conditional use for the city's stormwater discharge and for the property owner at 1603. They define them as point source stormwater, and I will admit it, I had trouble finding a definition of point source stormwater, but I finally did find it. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration does define point source stormwater. Point source pollution is defined as coming from a single point, such as a factory or sewage plant. EPA does not define it that clearly. They do talk about pipes, but even in the EPA's discussion, they do not talk specifically as the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. So again, point source pollution defined as coming from a single point such as a factory or sewage treatment plant. They give examples: Deepwater Horizon spill, the Mosaic acidic water release in Florida, the Montrose hazard release. They also talk about non-point pollution. Runoff from urban and suburban areas is considered a major origin of non-point source pollution. And that is the sort of thing we would see coming from our storm water pipes. So I do not agree that we have a point source stormwater discharge. Therefore, it is not 17.4304 and 045 are not applicable here. I do not agree that the city is under any obligation pursuant to our code to address this. And further, as Mike was talking about, it is the applicant's job to provide a stormwater management plan, not the city's. And if we are going to send letters to the citizens of this community saying you are illegal on behalf of any applicant that comes in, it's always going to get firm pushback. It just riles me the wrong way. If there's an issue between the applicant and that neighbor, they need to resolve that. There's issues there we have no business stepping into. She said tonight, Miss Dorsey said tonight, that has been there a long time. Was it there when that house was built in 2004? Has it been there for, what's that, 18 years?
No, that's when she took over. Was it built in 2000?
I think it was 2004. She took over in 2005. If it's been there that long, she may have an easement. We don't know. It's not the city's place to get in the middle of that.
There's another thing in calling something illegal when it's not. It's not illegal.
Well,
unless you go to court and verify it. Go ahead.
To another question, and I need you guys to walk me through this, Jeff. You and I've talked about this. I don't even see the point of this language if we're not going to enforce what's in the wetland overlay zone, which talks about the flow of stormwater. J, stormwater. Management of stormwater flowing into protected wetlands or wetland buffer areas is subject to the following standards. A stormwater management plan shall be required of the applicant and reviewed and approved by the Public Works Director for the following types of developments where stormwater will move from the site into protected wetlands. Okay, so we have the need for a stormwater management plan. This evening, we were told that the stormwater is going to be hand piped into the existing system. So it's not going to flow into the protected wetlands. It is going to be hand piped into the existing system. That would constitute potentially draining that wetland and would be an impact on the wetland. I don't see how that doesn't, I don't see how that's not clear. Stormwater runoff should be directed toward the same drainage system that would have handled the runoff under natural conditions. That not only applies to what we're talking here tonight, but it also applies to that neighbor we're telling has illegal stormwater running out there.
Not illegal, in quotes.
Okay, well, just mitigation. No, I don't think that really applies. So,
Can I address?
Yeah.
The requirements for that person to deal with the stormwater was part of the approval process in 2004, 2005. It was just never done. And there have been some subsequent conversations about things that are happening in that area. And so I believe she said tonight that it's been like that, but it hasn't been taken care of, but now it needs to be taken care of.
I don't think she said that. I think she feels threatened.
She said she was feeling pretty heavy handed.
I understand, and maybe I'm misquoting her, but it was in her approval. Okay, so.
It was written in her approval, I agree.
It was in the application. I don't know. I haven't seen the approval. I saw somebody dug up an application. I haven't seen an approval. I assumed that before that house was opened up for authorized for occupation, that somebody would have done an inspection of that house. And I'm assuming that at that point that was approved.
Yeah, I don't know that.
Well, then let's find out. Let's not assume that it.
That's fine, but there was an agreement for the person to build a house that issue would be taken care of.
Well, I can't speak to what was agreed to back then. You know, the same ownership had this land. Remember, this is partitioned in 87. It's partitioned again in 2000. The house is built in 2004. The same owner who had that wetland in 2000 is the one who sold them to the person who developed. Same owner that the applicant bought the wetland from was the person who's owned that land since the house was built. So the same owner that sold the land to 1603 has not said a word about this stormwater runoff for 18 years or whatever that timeline is. And now all of a sudden we're saying you got to get it out of there. And the challenge I have is our code has this language in here that says stormwater runoff should be directed to the same drainage system that would have handled the runoff under natural conditions. So how does that apply to a property that property also sits under the conditions? 1603 also would have had the same application relative to wetlands that we're talking about tonight. So why then are they not? Why then is it illegal that her stormwater runs into the wetland when our code says that's where it naturally has to flow? I realize there's other sections that talk about properties that aren't in wetlands. I'm talking about our language in the wetland overlay.
But this is not in the wetlands.
Yeah.
The wetland overlay doesn't apply to 1603.
Not in the wetlands. What you're discussing is not in the wetlands.
But was it in the wetlands? Was it applicable? Wetlands move.
Not now. You just said you're not going back. We're not going back. Well, we don't know.
You have to go back when you're looking at something that you approved in 2000.
I don't go back to 2000.
If somebody's accusing her of doing something illegally, then we should probably go back and make sure that.
That's not part of this application is what I'm trying to get us to.
It is a part of this application.
Bill's trying to speak.
Thank you, Chair and members of the commission. This question of stormwater and handling it, what was approved in 2004, what was built, what wasn't built, is all very critical, important things that we need to resolve. Stormwater is a very important thing, both in terms of feeding the wetland and also in terms of not causing damage to wetlands. One of the issues with wetlands can be increased runoff that comes instead of slowly very quickly. So there's all kinds of issues with that. And the city does need to deal with that, but that's not what's before you tonight. What's before you tonight is an application to do things. They have provided an indication of how they're going to deal with the wetland, with the stormwater runoff. You can look at that and determine whether or not meets your criteria. And that, that's what you need to focus on, having a discussion about the code enforcement and other issues with the neighbor, while clearly an impact of this is not what's before you tonight.
Bill, can I respectfully object to that? There is no way that we can resolve this application without knowing exactly what's happening with stormwater up and down that street.
So Commissioner Bates,
we have neighbors that are concerned about flooding.
Commissioner Bates, I understand flooding is an important issue as well. The requirement for this applicant is to show you how they're going to deal with their stormwater and whether or not it meets the criteria. There's a whole separate issue about the flooding and how the city handles stormwater that already exists in its current system. That's done not part of this individual application, but it's part of a public works determination at the city council level, and at the city staff level. Your role is, does the application's stormwater plan meet the criteria?
Bill, I've looked at the record and I've seen letters from the city to the applicant stating that we'd like to move that to help you move water out of that wetland. Now, if you're telling me that that's not related and that's not before us, that absolutely is.
What I'm telling you is that the applicant has indicated how it's going to handle stormwater. Whether or not it meets the criteria is your determination to make. What happened with the neighbor is not part of that discussion. And certainly what happens long-term after this application comes in is part of the city decision-making that is separate from this.
Why is it in our record then? All this back and forth with the letter to the neighbor and.
Because people put it in the record. That
Well,
people are
the neighbor
allowed,
put it
hold on,
in
let
the
me finish. People are allowed to submit all kinds of evidence to the record that as a matter of law, we have to, it becomes part of the record, whether it's relevant or not.
Well, okay. All right. I think it becomes relevant when it's in the record.
I think we should move on to the other issues.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay,
I'd like to say something.
Go ahead.
I'd like to make some points about the other issues.
Sure.
In this application. Okay, one, there is a deed restriction on this land which limits access to Forest Lawn and denies driveway access to Hemlock. For there to be 3 lots, there needs to be driveway access onto Hemlock. Thus, a partition into 3 lots in effect creates the need for mitigation for the driveway of the lot that requires access onto Hemlock. We should recommend that the city council not remove this deed restriction and thus not approve the 3-lot partition. Can I go on?
I just a quick, I think that's a plat restriction, just for
Plat
clarification.
restriction, right.
And to
I
be
said
clear,
deed restriction, okay.
it reads access to parcels 1, 2, and 3 restricted to Forest Lawn Road.
And that's,
And I can give you the rest of that, but just to be clear.
so,
To
okay,
be clear, Commissioner Kerr, you're not making a recommendation to the city council at this point in its decision. You can make that recommendation separately. But if the plat note says that no access to Hemlock, there's the staff report recommends a condition requiring that. But to the extent you believe that's inappropriate and that in fact access to Hemlock should not be allowed consistent with the plat report, it's not a recommendation. You can choose to deny the application because the access issue. It's contrary to the plat.
okay, I see.
Thank you.
I want to go on regarding the partition. Cannon Beach Municipal Code 1743-025 does provide a clear and objective standard for wetland lot of record. It provides that the objective is to provide 1 dwelling unit per wetland lot of record. None of the examples provided in 1743-025 are applicable because there is not 3 platted lots but 1. If, as has been argued, a municipality is forced by 197-2074 to permit a partition no matter what natural resources or hazards are present on land, then what is the purpose of a conditional use permit? Why wouldn't the partition of wetlands just be approved administratively and that would be the end of it? No, it is subject to a conditional use permit, and although the applicant takes the position that they are absolutely entitled to the partition, then why would we even be involved? The rules of statutory construction say that statutes should be interpreted to harmonize with each other, and that if there is a conflict, the more specific should prevail. We specifically make it incumbent on a developer to apply for a conditional use permit for a wetland partition. If it was a done deal, why would we even have the ordinance? As for the conditional use, 1780-010 lays out the purpose of the conditional use process to allow, quote, when desirable, uses that would not be appropriate through a zoning district or without the restriction of that district in that district, but would be beneficial to the city if their number, area, location, and design in relation to the surrounding property are controlled. The project is not, this project, proposed project, is not beneficial to the city. It is an accepted fact in the scientific community that global warming due to man-made sources is on the rise and wreaking havoc on habitable environments for human use. Trees and wetlands can mitigate the degradation of our environment. And so I ask you, how is this project beneficial to our city? 1780-110 sets forth overall use standards, and the first is that the demand exists for the proposed location. Applicant argues that 197-3074 makes it clear that the demand exists because all housing is needed housing. First of all, there is no evidence that a demand exists for housing at the proposed location. There are available lots in Cannon Beach that are not yet built on. There are houses for sale in Cannon Beach that have not been purchased. We all know that this is not workforce housing, nor is it middle income housing. It is 3 houses on the west side of Hemlock, close to a spectacular view, and each house is a minimum of 2,000 square feet. In Cannon Beach, those houses will sell for at least $1 million. They will be expensive houses and very likely, but unprovable at this point, second homes, and there are no provisions to prevent them from being simply short-term rentals. It is true that ORS 197-3074 on its face, as interpreted in several LUBA cases, seems to say that all housing is needed housing. But if you look at the definition of needed housing in 197-30310, it refers to housing types determined to meet the need shown for housing within an urban growth boundary of particular price ranges and rent levels, including at least the following housing types. And it goes on to list middle and lower income housing types, not luxury second homes. It has not been litigated as of yet, and to my knowledge, whether high-end housing in a community replete with high-end housing and short-term rentals and second homes can be, how can it be said to be needed housing? That seems contrary to the legislative intent of the statute and not what was contemplated by ORS 197-3074. For these reasons, in my opinion, we should deny this application.
Lisa, I agree. And I think I would like to piggyback even further on the demand question under approval of conditional uses. So not only do we know that this property is not going to be affordable housing, but it will displace an option to provide for middle income housing. That means professional housing, because we have so little geographic area in Cannon Beach. So every new lot that is built on is displacing an option and not future opportunity for housing that we actually need. We have a 2016 city report that looked at exactly what our city does need and found that there is a huge gap and hole in the way of middle income housing. So if we put in very expensive homes here, we have displaced an opportunity to serve the need that the city has, the true demand. So, you know, I certainly would be open to the applicants if they would like to revise their intended application to be middle income housing. I think then we have demand and then we have a reason for a conditional use permit.
Other comments?
I agree. Motion, we vote on the application?
What about the geologic
I think that could be included too.
hazards? How do you all feel about what was given to us?
At this point, I am so confused about that, Clay. I mean, I'm not a geologist or soils engineer, and what I heard seemed very ambiguous from the applicant. It seemed like they say one thing one place and then they sort of changed it in another, but I can't specifically make any findings about the geology because I don't feel like I have the expertise.
I can't argue with
It
you.
bothers me.
Well, I think there's some things that we can kind of make sense of just from, I can't either. So from a common sense standpoint, I mean, one, it might be true that the entire city is subject to liquefaction. That probably is an easy one for us all to figure out. A tsunami hits and it's not going to be good. But from a sliding or earthquake perspective relative to sliding, I looked at the SLIDAR And it's not a majority of the city. There are several places, and you can imagine it. You look at the hills.
Yeah.
They're naturally going to slide. They have that slope. Look at, the S curves. That's an area where you're going to have sliding. To have language in a report that talks about compressible soils that are consistent with ancient landslides is really concerning. The applicant tonight I was impressed with Mr. Holm. He was not as concerned about it sliding again, didn't have the slope for that. But you still do have those soils there. You do have those soils that are vulnerable. And I'm not convinced that when you take trees out, when you put houses on top of that wet land, you're not going to pressure that system more than just heavy rain events or a seismic event. It's wet land. Even if it's not designated, it's still wet. In one of the home sites, down to, I think, Mr. Holmes said they went down 5 feet. They have found groundwater at 5 in the first 12 inches, and they went down to 5 feet. Well, that's all cataloged as wet. So, it's really, really, it's like jello down there. And so, yes, the house stands. What happens to the yard, the driveway? There's damage. There's damage out there that, can you imagine something happens to one of those houses in some kind of event, whether it's most obviously seismic or some other event that happens.
Doesn't even have to.
The neighbor comes, hands the geology report from that the city has in its public record and says, you owe us.
I would add though, that those helical piles though, as one person who has them explained it to me, they're there so you can get out of the house before it crumbles around you.
Well, and that's said, life safety. I mean, the house is damaged. So now, everybody's going to be pointing at everybody else. And we know we live in a world where the attorneys are going to jump on us. So why would we put ourselves in that position? Yes, I realize there's not a lot of developable land because it has some of these hazards with it, but there's a reason that it's left over. It has some real challenges that I think we'd be putting the city in a precarious position to
agree. So you think saying that there are some geological barriers to this proposed partition?
Well, the language in 17.50.10 development requires for potential geologic hazard. Boy, I can tell it's getting late. My tongue's getting tired.
Yeah.
Were recommended by the geologic site investigation report or required by the building official, an engineering report prepared by a registered civil engineer shall be prepared. The report shall discuss the engineering feasibility of the proposed development and include findings and conclusions for design and location structures. The design of and location of roads, design and location of utilities, land grading practices, including excavation and filling, stormwater management, and vegetation and replanting. The burden of proof shall be on the applicant to show construction feasibility. A proposed use will be permitted only where the geographic site investigation reports that there is no indication of hazard to the use proposed on the site or to properties in the vicinity. B, the geologic site investigation report and engineering report specifies engineering and construction methods which will eliminate the hazard or minimize the hazard to an acceptable level. So
what's the site on that?
That's 17.50.4.040.
Wait, 17.50.040?
That's right.
So we could add that in, contrary to say.
So, they'll come in and go, well, what's an acceptable level? That's where we might not be clear and objective. Where one, if that's the only standard you apply, it might not be clear and objective. But
there are multiple.
When one reads a geologic report like we have in front of us, it has a number of concerns. And when talking about a number of other variables that are applicable, it's tough to keep going, well, what am I trying to say here?
They're adding up, they're cumulative.
It's cumulative. Or it's just, when do you go, this is enough's enough? I mean, I'd like to see a way that we could make sure this person has, this group has a right to build a house
Well, they do. They have a right to build a house.
and figure out how to make that happen. But between all that we're being asked to turn an eye on, I just don't, I'm challenged by it with that report.
So do you think it's fair to say that in addition, 1750-040 provides clear and objective standards which are not met by this petition application?
I just think he said it's not met.
That are not met. Clear and objective standards that are not met.
I don't know that we need to touch clear and objective standards. That case law there that they have is relative to a specific case. I just think let the attorneys battle that one out.
Provide standards which are not met.
But Charles has his hand up.
Hi, if we're going to deny this, we should also include in the denial the access issue with Hemlock, because if we don't and they come back, and then they wouldn't have to address it.
It's a great point. I think it technically, Jeff, and you can correct me on this, I think that I think it's that the access isn't necessarily denied off Hemlock, that the access is required off Forest Lawn. When that partition was created,
Yeah, it's
1, 2, and 3, they stipulated that they had to access off Forest Lawn.
Okay, so we could say there's a plat restriction on this land which limits access to Forest Lawn.
Yeah, that's reason that's reason enough to deny the application.
Agreed.
Yeah, the only other things I had were the concern about the geologic condition and the wetland. I just, that there's a 4-inch pipe taking water off that site. It is not draining where it naturally would flow. So those 3 points between the access, geography, or geology.
So how do we fashion this as a motion?
I would also suggest that if you fashion the motion, it's a tentative motion. If you want to review it, I guess at next month's meeting.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Did we agree not?
And I would add that they have not shown that there's a demand for this use.
So if I could just summarize in one sentence the various points I made, and then Mickey, you could add your points, and part of a motion, right? Can we do it that way?
Yeah, but I would add also that they do have the right as set forth in code to build one house.
But that's
not what they're asking.
We're only asking.
They're not asking.
I just would make it clear so that we are.
Know that.
Yeah.
Everybody knows that. That's what the whole point of this is. So I'm making a motion that we deny this application for the following reasons. And I can list some, and then other people can add their reasons, right? That were discussed already. Is that right, Bill?
So you would make the motion, and probably the best thing would be for you to make a motion, someone second it, and then somebody come in and say, I would amend the motion by adding the following reasons, and you and the seconder would then accept it.
Okay, so I make a motion to deny this application for the following reasons. There's a plat restriction on this land which limits access to Forest Lawn. CB, Cannon Beach Municipal Code 1743-025 provides clear and objective standards for a wetland lot of record. These standards are met. It has been argued that a municipality is, no, I don't want to go there. This project is not beneficial to the city pursuant to 1780-010. And there's no evidence that a demand exists for housing at the proposed location. I'm trying to not, I want to have it just clear. We already said this was not needed housing. Okay,
There's a geotech report. Did you capture that?
I'm going to have
Clay add that?
Clay add that in. Okay.
So
That's
I
my
think
motion.
there's a motion if we can get a second and then go to the amendments.
I'll second.
Discussion? Katie, will you, I would amend here, wouldn't I?
Okay.
Okay, so I'll amend to add that the application as written does not meet the requirements under 17.50.010.
And Nikki, are you going to amend too?
So let's handle them one by one. So Chair has made an amendment, and you and the seconder should either accept or not accept the amendment.
Oh,
I second.
So you accept the amendment?
Yes, I second the amendment.
Okay.
Is it seconding or accepting?
Accepting.
Second.
Accepting.
Oh, accepting.
Yeah.
Accept too.
The amendment, okay.
And then I would offer an amendment just to clarify, Lisa, you had caught this to some extent in your first motion, but I would clarify that under 1780-110, before conditional use is approved, findings must be made that a demand exists for the use at the proposed location. There is not a demand at this point because city reports have previously shown that what we need is middle income housing, and this would not fulfill that demand.
I accept that amendment. Can I accept the amendment on my original?
Yes. So
Okay, I
you-
accept
you
that.
should- Okay. All right, if there aren't further amendments, then.
Any further amendments? Did you touched on the wetland, right?
No,
All right, I have
not
another
not well
amendment.
enough.
Did it degrade some wetland?
It does not meet, so I'd like to add an amendment. It does not meet the standards under 17.43.010.
It's 17.
That's the wetland overlay zone.
And
And we could get more specific.
1750-04, right? 1750-04.
Including 17.43.050.
So the chair has proposed an amendment. Does the maker of the motion and the seconder, do they accept that amendment?
Accept the amendment.
And the seconder?
Second.
I second.
You accept.
Accept. I get two.
We have two amendments, or is that three? Two.
Three.
Three amendments, a motion and three
Did
amendments.
you address the geological hazards to your satisfaction?
Okay, are there any other amendments? Any discussion?
Assume that the reasoning for our motions and amended motions is all in the record for the city council to read through and, you know.
Sure.
But we will also be making findings, right? Don't we write the findings next?
Yes, so the minutes will be most likely available of your meeting will be available to the city commission, but what they'll focus on is the findings that we would bring back to you at your next meeting.
Okay.
And I think we discussed, just to be very clear, the last time we had a findings issue, Jeff got stuck trying to write it himself based on what he perceived. But I think that this time we should plan that, because this is complicated, commission members will help write the findings.
So I want to be careful about having a majority of the commission involved in that. If you want to select one or two people to help that drafting process, that's fine, but just don't get a majority reviewing and passing drafts back and forth.
Got it.
Can we take the vote on the motion forward and then talk about the findings?
Sure.
Before we forget. Katie, will you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Knopf,
Yes.
Commissioner Matusek,
Yes.
Yes.
Commissioner Bates,
Yes vote is to accept I abstain.
Commissioner Moritz,
Yes.
Commissioner Bennett,
Yes.
Commissioner Kerr. Yes. Commissioner Newton,
Yes.
Motion carries.
Jesus, I'm falling asleep. Motion carries. Okay. Let's talk about the findings,
How we do it, you mean?
what we say in the findings.
So I would suggest that, your discussion this evening and the deliberations was pretty, that would be what we'd attempt to do is capture that in the findings. You can talk further about it, but it sounds like you've already done that.
Yeah.
And, my suggestion would be to let Jeff and me draft something up and submit it to, some smaller number than a quorum to review and take a look and give us some feedback and then bring it back. And then we'll have that brought back to you at your August meeting.
So when we have an issue like we do around stormwater, where the planning commission does not agree with the city relative to how the city handles it, does that just said the city feels this way about how stormwater is handled, the planning commission disagreed, and
so I want to separate your decision on the application that's in front of you from what sounds like a very clear concern about the way the city's handling stormwater. If that is something that planning commission is concerned about, I would suggest maybe a statement from the planning commission that you want to provide to the city council or city manager, but do it separately from the decision. Otherwise it gets wrapped around in appeals and other things.
part of the reason I think it's an important discussion is the applicant said they are going to put their stormwater into a 4-inch drain line, stormwater drain line. That will take stormwater off of the site. The presumption is that's a city provided stormwater sewer line based on the information that is in this packet. So I do think they are connected. And I do think it impacts the wetland. And I do think it impacts why I ruled the way I did, is because there is stormwater being taken off the site in the proposal as it sits.
But there's not a criteria for us to use, and we have to have a criteria, don't we?
We do, but I do believe that it meets the criteria as I interpret it under the wetland overlay zone that says that the stormwater should be directed to where it would naturally flow.
So there's two different things. One is saying, applicant, you have not met the standard because you're directing your stormwater in a way that is inconsistent with the standard. Or applicant, you met the standard, but we don't like the way the city's handling stormwater. To the extent what you're saying is you haven't met the standard, that's one thing. To the extent what you're saying is city, as a planning commission, we don't like the way Public Works is handling stormwater. Those are two very different audiences that you're directing this to.
I get that. So I'm really just concerned about the stormwater being taken offsite. That's all.
And what's the site for that is that 1750?
That's 17040.
Bill, you were suggesting an advisory comment, like
5004.
What was your suggestion there in the findings?
Because that should be added.
We don't, were you suggesting something?
Okay.
I guess not.
We better discuss it
It should be part of the findings.
No, but not the findings. Okay.
Bill, were you suggesting that we can put something in the findings that address our concern about stormwater without wrapping? You were suggesting that, were you not?
I was suggesting that the decision you make in this application should be focused on the evidence in the record and whether or not it meets the criteria. To the extent you have concerns outside of that, and it sounds like you do, that there may be other ways to address it. And I would suggest not wrapping it up in the decision where it ends up having other things, but making a clear communication to the city and city, whether it's city council or city manager, saying, here's our concerns.
So do you think as a separate matter, we could fashion a paragraph just setting forth our concerns about this issue? That has nothing to do with the criteria and nothing to do with our denial or of
For a letter to the
petition.
council. Is that what you're suggesting as a letter to the council?
or when we do our findings, say, in addition, we find that not,
In the findings.
okay, not in the
I
findings.
would suggest a separate letter. Could we just write this as a separate letter?
Please.
That's not a bad idea. I like
We
that.
could make a motion now to direct.
Yeah, separate letter. Okay, that sounds like a good idea.
And maybe the best way to handle this as we get later at night, instead of trying to hash it out now, again, delegate it to 2 or 3 members to draft something up and bring it back to you. You can wordsmith it at a future planning commission meeting.
Yeah,
I like that idea.
I just globally am concerned that we might not be on the same page, and it doesn't take a week to figure it out because, what could appear to be my opinion or Lisa's opinion might not be
About the stormwater, you mean?
about any of these different issues relative to our findings.
Then
I
we
just want
should,
to make sure
we could meet all together and do it then. Can we have can we do this as a whole group at the findings meeting?
You certainly can. My experience working with groups trying to draft something, once you get past about 3 or 4 people, it gets extremely difficult to do in a public meeting.
Okay,
That's true.
all right.
And if anyone has objections, they can do that when they see the letter.
Yeah.
Okay.
You see the
All right.
content of.
That sounds good.
Well, I'd like to be part of the drafting.
I'd like you to be part of it.
And we're talking about findings now.
The drafting of the findings.
Yeah.
I'd like to be
Oh,
part
yeah.
of that.
I thought we were doing the letter.
Yes, I would
Yeah,
like
the
Lisa
letter.
to definitely see the findings.
Yeah.
I'd like to be involved also.
So that's 3 people?
No, 2.
Who?
Plus Bill.
I'd like to see Mickey, why don't you, because you had some amendments that I thought were really good. Would you be willing to help with them
I
drafting?
think we're getting close to too many people, right, Bill?
We have 3 now, if you do it.
So there's 7 members of the commission, so 3 would work, but not 4.
Okay,
Okay.
so I'm
So we-
fine. I would be happy to look at the findings as well.
So Lisa, Clay, and Mickey.
Mickey.
And how are we going to do that? Are we just going to bounce emails back and forth?
Would you like me to draft the first version, Bill and I, and then we send it out to you guys and you guys can do with it?
That's
as you
fine.
like?
I think that's fine.
Sure.
And I want to be doubly cautious that this does not go out outside of the 3 of you to the other 4 members. I don't want a public meeting concern.
And then they will, then at our findings meeting, then it'll be open.
And then it'll be distributed in your packet for the next planning commission meeting, and then discuss it at your next meeting where we get the findings fine-tuned.
Usually have findings meetings 2 weeks after or something, or 1 week after.
1 week.
1 week after, don't we usually
That's how
do
we've done
that?
it.
But you said you didn't want to meet in August.
I said I couldn't meet.
Yeah.
I can meet, so I can't be chair if we meet next week. You'll have to be chair. I'll have to zoom in. But I can bounce emails back and forth.
But you're on the drafting committee, so you'll know what's going forward, yeah.
So we are gonna have the findings meeting next.
We're gonna have the findings.
Next Thursday? What's next Thursday?
It doesn't give us much time, but we'll have to do it. I've got a lot of stuff written, and I think Mickey does too, and. Okay.
Jeff, when do you think you can have us a draft to look at?
Tomorrow morning.
No, it doesn't sleep. I don't know. Can't tell you.
So it's 1 week.
Is
Not
1 week
enough.
not enough for you then?
I will do my best. Yeah.
Just can't be the night before for us. It won't work.
Yeah, that's what that won't be useful to anybody. So I don't want to waste your time on ours.
Any the night before is here.
So why don't we schedule it for the 11th, the week after the findings meeting? So we have a chance for people.
Okay, that's a good idea.
Will that
Does
work?
that work? Is there
Works for
anything else?
me.
Is there anything else that day?
That works for me.
11th?
11?
Thursday, the 11th.
There shouldn't be.
Shouldn't be. I thought you said something else. Did you hear it too?
I thought it did.
That's bad for you.
Oh, it's so much stuff. We're not leaving. Am I packing up? Bye.
Okay, is there any other?
Oh, my goodness.
There was another item on the agenda, but
Yeah, there's a few other things here. before us,
So
I think.
let me just sum up real quickly that the planning commission, Jeff will do a draft as quickly as able to turn around, distribute it to the 3 members noted. And then there will be this matter is continued to the evening of Thursday, August 11th at 6 p.m. where the planning commission will consider those findings.
Yes,
Okay.
right.
Okay, so there's no authorization to sign any orders here. We've called it all. Okay. We have,
The letter, who's going to write the letter? Who's going to be on the letter writing team?
I think the same people can handle it. It's not that complicated, is it?
I'm happy to be on that.
Yeah, I would do it. I think you guys have a clear idea of what you want to say.
Yeah.
And Mike, if you would like to be on the letter team, I'm happy to step away from that.
No, I think it, just to be consistent with my abstention, I think you should probably handle it.
So is the letter team us then drafting the letter? You're, oh, got it. Okay.
Take the lead on that. Because you really have a grasp of it.
Thank you. Okay, then we'll move on. Any discussion before we move on? Are we good?
Great.
We have a non-hearing item, a work session review of a zoning ordinance amendment request by Will Rasmussen on behalf of Haystack Rock LLC for a text amendment regarding notice requirements for applications and decisions. Mr. Rasmussen, are you here this evening?
I think so. I don't think he is. I think Mr. Newpert's here on behalf of that.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess.
Both now.
If neither are here and it's 10 o'clock,
Oh, Kevin is here.
What do we have someone?
Yeah, Kevin and John Newport are both here. I'm promoting both of them to panelists.
Okay.
Hi, this is Kevin Newport, and if John is on board, I will certainly let him speak. But we were under the impression that we weren't allowed to speak for this work session.
Session, it's up to you guys.
Yeah.
Can we continue it?
Now you can.
Mr. New.
I'd like a quick summary of what they're proposing. So when I read through it, I can, and why.
Oh, man.
Can we get that?
So the concern is we're at 10 o'clock. We want to make sure we have meaningful discussion of your proposal here or your amendment request.
This is John Newport. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Newport.
I'm one of the representatives of Haystack Rock LLC, and given the late time of your meeting, I think it'd be better to postpone this to your next session.
Thank you, Mr. Newport. That sounds prudent.
Yeah.
All on board, yes?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, we will postpone to our next meeting. Thank you for being here for all this time, only to be postponed. We'll make sure you're at the top next time.
Thank you.
Is there a tree report?
Is there one in your packets? I don't know.
Yeah,
there was.
Yeah.
Or comments on the tree report, I should say.
Seemed like you cut 5 trees, right?
Yeah, I think so, probably.
Pretty minimal activity.
Yeah, but there was one house where you cut 5 and there were no replacements.
They have plenty on there.
I just would like to make one quick comment about the tree, regarding the tree report, regarding trees. A few meetings ago, we had a setback reduction come before us for a house on North Pacific. They were putting an addition on top of their garage. They were going to make their garage a living space and above their garage. And there was some concern about a big, beautiful tree on the property and whether or not, you know, they would have to bother that tree. And they, if I remember correctly, and I really should go back and look at them, find it in the minutes, but it seemed to me that they weren't going to bother the tree. There was no necessity. They cut off some major limbs of that tree to accommodate the second story of their garage. And they were live limbs. They weren't dead limbs. And I know they paid a lot of money to have it done. And I just wonder what kind of oversight, I mean, if someone says, oh yeah, we're not going to hurt the tree, and then they do, what happens? What, I mean, we don't, there seems to be a real disconnect between a promise and our acceptance of that promise and then what actually happens.
Yeah, you know, I would have to go back and check that record on that, but from my recollection, no, I think they said that the arborist might have to trim, but we'll go back and check.
Okay.
But I mean, you know, if that's in there and they stated that, and we'll follow up on that, but I don't really.
What recourse is there?
There's plenty of recourse in our tree removal language. We have violation type of language in there.
Okay. Yeah, I just, I don't know. Okay, thanks.
Do we want to discuss the shoreline stabilization or move this to?
Move it.
We had also, okay.
We may be able to deal with it pretty quickly because why don't we just quickly, we've continued so much. Let's see if we can just finish on the shoreline stabilizations, one less thing for next time.
Okay, let's do it.
Robert, you want to lead us through what we've got here?
Yeah, bring that up. So 3 of the projects have basically been completed. The only one that really hasn't been started is the one up on Laurel Street. So the 2 on Ocean Avenue, and then the one down on Logan Lane, those have been installed and planted, and the projects are complete, and they appear to have been constructed in a way that is consistent with the application. I was on site for the properties on Ocean Avenue. Because of a conflict with a meeting in Newport, I wasn't able to be on site for the one in on Logan Lane. But I have done a follow-up visit to all sites, and as I said, they do appear to be erected in conformance with the application. And this is a golden opportunity for us to showcase the drone footage mapping project that we have been working with Crest on. They did the flights in mid-June, and we were able to use the imagery in the reporting. And we're also going to be working to make some up-to-date maps that will help us monitor and track the lifespan and the viability of these sort of non-structural shoreline revetments and see how effective they are in the long run.
Great, that's exciting.
Good deal.
Are you able to, I mean, how long does it take for one of these projects from start to finish, typically?
A lot of that depends on how quickly the contractor is working, but they can typically be installed in a couple of days.
Is there any way that you're able to kind of keep tabs on how much sand and cobble berm they're bringing in?
I can't. I mean, that's a matter of just spending the time down there, counting trucks and monitoring the vehicles and the load that comes in and watching them install.
Is that practical for you to do that?
It depends on what the demands are at a given time. So I was able to spend a couple hours down there periodically, but as far as being able to carve out an entire day to spend on site, that wasn't practical.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions? No? Okay. We'd also, I guess in terms of ongoing planning items, we had also talked about the Nicholson living wall. Where are we there?
So I went by the property last week. I've done a follow-up visit with Mr. Bouvet, and I'm going to be drafting up the report for this coming meeting, for the August meeting.
For the August meeting?
Correct.
I will say that I was waylaid by Mr. Bouvet when I was driving past. And he took me onto the property, and he showed me what he was putting in. He's actually knows quite a bit about horticulture. He was putting in salal in a lot of the plantings, which will, hopefully cover a good deal of the wall. He seemed to be making an effort to rectify what has long been a horrible eyesore on that property. Whether he does remains to be seen, but at least if I was to take what he said at face value, it appeared that he was trying very hard to make that living wall look more like a living wall.
Yeah, I would agree with that with my assessment last week. The only area that didn't have any vegetation is directly under the driveway that is going to be going to the new construction. And so everything else appears to have vegetation in place.
I mean, it's still not really compliant with what the original agreement was at all, but it's starting to look better than it did. And also the house blocks most of the view of the living wall from the road. So when it's done, it looks pretty huge, the garage. So, in fact, gigantic. So.
Any other ongoing planning items?
Just the code audit, next joint session will be September 7th, I believe, is that?
That sounds about
Are we expecting any handouts or developments or anything to review for this one?
No.
I mean, okay.
Get the initial code audit draft and likely a draft of some track 2 changes.
Will that be a public hearing?
They're all public hearings.
Okay, good.
I mean, they're all, it'll be a public meeting. It's not going to be a public hearing.
Okay, because I'll no longer, I'll be termed out on the planning commission at the next code audit meeting. I was really
I'm gonna miss you.
disappointed that it was in September, not in August.
Let's go party after the next one. What do you say?
Sure.
Okay. Does anyone have any items for the good of the order?
Can I just say, Jeff, it is really hard, and I don't know if you can do anything about it, to respond to addendums right up to an hour for the meeting.
So if somebody is in the public, you guys can control that, especially on a continuation. You can do the 777 and it cuts off. We can't do anything about new items from anyone if you guys continue that record and leave it open, because they're able to come to the oral presentation and things. I mean, you can make, I guess, stipulations when you continue items like that to put a deadline on something like that. So next time you continue, you guys set that. We don't set that.
It is.
Definitely need to remember that because.
Yeah, I don't like the 30-day extension after this experience. It just feels like it's a reset.
Yeah.
And it's enough work to get through the first round to do it again. So maybe we lean more towards 777 unless there's some reason we shouldn't. It's just too much.
It's much easier and cleaner to have the 777 because, as Jeff said, the point of a public hearing is to have people bring their stuff in. And so that's just the nature of the beast.
I get the public, but I'm more concerned about, applicants who are working this full time, dropping new material off minutes before the meeting where we have no opportunity whatsoever to comment meaningfully.
They're part of the public as well. They get the opportunity to submit stuff up to and at the hearing.
That's Oregon law then, right? There's nothing under the code that we can fix to,
We can do a 777.
well, 777.
Seven in the future.
Last time I saw those numbers, I hit a jackpot. No.
Anything else go to the